It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Tonight, let us make them remember we are not afraid!
Not a fear. No fear, no fear, no fear. You know, the reason is because we anticipated all that. We've been talking here, and we're here. Have you been preparing? Did you take it seriously? Are you just sitting around waiting for somebody to fix it for you? You know, what are you doing? What do you say you do here? You know, is it fighting for freedom or at least your own? You know, and it's really just options. Options. Welcome to the Trump Report. Dr. Phranq, Tamburri, and me. We're going to, highlight a lot of stuff. And, damn, I've had a busy week or two. I've been interviewing a lot of, get a beat on what's up. And I'll tell you, it's up. So how are we going to prepare for this, for the future? Is America going to make it? Are we going to have opportunities for our children? Are we going to be looking to illegally cross some border somewhere with something? Or is it here? It's here. Here. And how you going to do it? Well, some guys go around and do some investigative journalism and point out fraud, and they get, threatened and yelled at and dead. And then you got, AI. Yeah. They got an avatar. I'm going to get Ernie avatar. Ernie, I go, you go do the show. Damn it. You take and go over my, thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of shows, and they take the MP3, convert it to voice text, and take the file, boom, goes to text, boom, get it all in, get my voice. I'm very repetitive. So, regardless of what goes on, I'm sure my avatar would tell you what's up, and I can sit back and retire and be on vacation. But, you miss that human nuance. Man, I've been getting that experience. These guys but it's a powerful tool, and there's a couple of things I've been doing with that. But, as always, we got to start off with whatever Dr. Phranq wants to talk about, whatever MSNBC, CNBC, CNN, told him to say, or what is important or what he wants to talk about. So he's going to tell us now. Dr. Phranq, what's up?
I love the setup and the introduction. Yeah, Mr. Operation Mockingbird Report. We should just call it that. Thanks, Ernie, coming from my BFF here. So, well, first off, I told Ernie on the pre-show there, we're changing the name from the Trump Report. I think we're going to re-Christian it the Trumpenstein Report. Or Trumpenstein Report. I've been hearing that floating around here just from the Zionist takeover. So we'll call it that. After all, what is it? Bill Clinton was the first black president, and now apparently Donald Trump is the first Jewish president. So there we go.
A lot of people don't remember that. That was, they were embracing Clinton as, he's the first black president, man. He's a bro. And he plays saxophone. So, I mean,
And he wound up giving us Midnight Basketball. Remember that one? Oh, that was added to it. So, anyway, so that's kind of what I think the overarching. I do want to chat about, God, it's, I was telling my wife, I was driving her to work today. We got a little behind today, but I was just like, I don't even know where to start. It used to be we had like a check mark of certain topics, but it's like they're all converging at the same time, right? And I know this audience gets it. You just feel it from all sides, and that's kind of what it is. It's like a python, and there's a little pulls in, and next thing you know, you see it all around. And thank God, at least for us, we've been preparing for it for so long, so at least we can see it. The real concern is going to be the madness of those that have never paid attention to any of this, and they're going to be hit from all sides.
Why didn't anybody tell me?
Yeah, you didn't say it loud enough, Ernie. So it's like, it's almost ridiculous to even talk about it. This audience sees a lot of it. And for this show, I'm sure many of you know, we don't get into the breaking news of the specific news items. I mean, most of this audience follows all of this. We try to look more of just the meta and what this stuff means, putting together, what's the direction and how can we survive it, or what's a healthy outlook to try to work through it. Because there's certainly
uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies.
Yep. I mean, there's certainly, I hate to sound like Ernie. I'm sounding, Savardistan, I'm sounding like you more and more every day. God help me.
Yeah, you come around.
But I mean, it's like there's no changing it, right? And that's kind of where the whole Trump report came from. It's not that I was ever obtuse that the system's broken in many ways.
Oh no, Phranq wanted to explain it to me.
No. But I stand by the fact that it's almost, I always remember the Mark Dice view. Mark Dice was on YouTube and he was taking the stance opposite. And Mark Dice, is a conservative podcaster. Most of you guys probably know his stuff. But he was taking the opposite side of Ernie, even though Ernie and Mark Dice probably have a lot in common about certain things. But Ernie's like, I'm not going to go on YouTube because I'm not going to give any of my effort to them because, they're going to ban me anyway. And it doesn't matter. I'm not going to empower them and give them my labor and my energy, to prop up the system that I don't believe in. Right. And that's a principled position. It's the same reason Ernst does not vote. Just take that and you expand it. And that's really his whole position. If I, respectfully can state your position, I think I did a fair job on it. But at the same time, Mark Dice looks at it as, he's not, use the word again, obtuse to how the system is going to ban him. He knows that. But he's like, I'm going to ride this train until the wheels fall off and not give them the advantage. And push as long as you can. And like Dr. Ron Paul famously said on our show, even, when we asked about the best avenues for liberty, and he said, each of us will defend and fight for liberty in our own way, that we go to our strengths. And I always remember that. And so we're all doing different nuances. 4409, hey, dude, if you're still listening, he fought in his way, in ways that I could not do. And I fight in my own way.
He and Donna still communicate on football, man. They're all
is that right?
Steelers and Kansas City up, so at least I know he's still around doing well.
And he was an early hero of mine of the Freedom Phoenix movement. He's just a real unique guy in what he did. He was very focused in what he did and passionate. And but we each find our own way. And I guess
that Nick Shipley guy that I think it's whatever his name is.
Yes, the Michigan thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the Minnesota.
Yeah.
Doing the Minnesota, going in and out in the fraud and all that kind of stuff. That was 4409. Here in Arizona, going after
in his
surveillance
prime
and camera fraud and all the crap that they're. So we've experienced this before and what they're willing to do. They arrested him and stomped on his foot, broke his toe in jail. The guard, because he didn't wish to avail himself of the privilege of being fingerprinted. That's how it's in the law here. You can do that to identify it, or you don't have to. Well, they wanted it really bad. They knew who he was, But so what he wound up doing is he got I think $26,000 settlement from the city of Scottsdale, then got up in the town council meeting because it was over 20 or 25,000. They had to have a council allocate the money for him, but they didn't take it out of the police budget, and that pissed him off, and he got up and argued against it. No, don't give me the money from them. It has to come from them. It's not, I can't believe as a taxpayer, blah, 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 blah. They did the what they always do, the canceling, the mugshot picture, in the newspaper going after him. He's a felon for, all kinds of stuff. and he wins. But they targeted him. We've been through this before. We know exactly how it's done. Yeah. But what was the difference? We got all the story in the beginning, and we took everything and put it up on Freedom's Phoenix before they lied. Then they lied, but our article, because it was up first, they do any search, ours came up. So a lot of the media had to cover the other side and got to the truth, and then it just and showed the corrupt judges, the prosecutor. I mean, it's been all this fraud, all of this corruption, all of this, liberal, progressive, whatever, because we got shiny badges and sit on a bench can do. We have been through. We know what to expect, and sooner or later, you just wind up dead. You get all Charlie Kirk and stuff. The influence, that's why I have we're back on, Rumble and YouTube and BitChute and all that kind of stuff, because they allow, but they still suppress it. You're never going to go viral. You're not going to anything with my name on it. It's not going to whatever. They prevent that. And I had Courtney Turner and Patrick Wood on Technocracy. They have wrote a book, The Final Betrayal, and we talked about it. And Courtney, after show, we were talking, she's going, and I said, look, when you hit 100,000, you get that popular, boom, that's when the deplatform shadowing and all that kind of stuff. She goes, no, it's earlier now. They will not allow you to get, no, hell no. Yeah. And it is so bad that that was our motivation for seeking decentralized alternatives, what our IPFS is about. And I spent an extra hour with her and her husband on setting that up and getting them going on that. This is what's coming. And once I walked them through it, they go, yeah, they work with Aaron Day, a lot. And, of course, Patrick Wood and so on. And I'm going, look, you have to understand, this is why we did this. It's permanency. Then you can promote the links and do whatever on your own thing. But they don't want the information out there. You have to have it there for the future. That is why we have had to cut all of the bots, all of the crawlers, all the stuff so we can't really be, it's search engine and the front page and it gets in, whatever, but the archives and everything, oh, hell no. What happens is Google, when they do the bots and searches and crawl into the internet to be in the search engines of whatever, what they do is they have one big, data center with all their stuff. They're interconnected, I'm sure, but they go after you from every IP that they can have to like a DDoS attack. It comes from Singapore, China, India, Malaysia, all over the world, Europe, U.S., and they just bombard the site. So whenever you have like an outage or it's slow or something like that, that's just us going back through and chopping off all of these crawlers and bots. Well, that'll affect your traffic. So I'm here for my subscribers. I'm here for them to be able to make use of this as a tool, to share, to whatever. And I'm not letting them stop it. They can suck it. So, what does that do to us? Well, lowers the traffic. And I don't care, because it gets out anyway. And we do this philosophy of liberty thing. It is going to be totally activist driven. It is going to be the liberty community saturating everywhere, and there's nothing they can do about it. I'm going to Billy Jack them. I'm going to take the right side of my right foot, put it up against the right side of your head, and there's nothing you can do about it. Here it comes. And it's already done. It's done. We're fine-tuning. We're getting everything all ready. Beware the Ides of March.
And so,
watch.
And speaking of which, and I want to take the ball back for a minute and just give an overview of what's going on. Not that all of us need me to explain it to you, but it's funny. The Ides of March, I listen to, and I'll try and pull it up during our show when you're chatting for a bit. And there was a historian that was on the Kim Iverson's show, which I've been listening to a bit. I kind of appreciate some of her work, but it's an American historian, and they're asking him about Donald Trump and historical, like how does he rate historically and this and that. And he said, and he was not trying to be grandiose with this. This is not like some Trump fan, but he said that Donald Trump historically is very similar to Julius Caesar. And he was saying that no, seriously, with the bombastic nature, the way he tried to throw red meat to his base, to expand the empire, especially when it was starting to fall apart, and of course, the deep state and what he had to do to try to keep the deep state on his side that at first opposed him, and then of course, he had to win them over, and then of course, beware the eyes of Archer, right? Then he gets stabbed in the back. Lindsey Graham might turn around and do it this time. We'll see. But anyway, it was I can maybe pull it up. It was a fascinating historical correlation with Donald Trump. I mean, he just is just beyond charismatic figure and what he's able to pull off. And when you really stop to think, there are some parallels. Well, anyway, just some highlights of just the past week. I mean, it's been building up for quite some time. We have domestic problems, of course. We're going into a civil war, which we've been seeing for some time. And just overnight, we had, I'm sure you all saw what happened. Was it Minnesota, right? I keep getting Minnesota, Michigan confused. But is it Minnesota, right? That's where.
Yeah, Mike Lindell is running for governor there. Looks like he might do it.
Wow, that could be fascinating. Well, anyway, we just had last night. Many of you saw. I just got a little taste from it. But the people in black hoodies. Granted, you could argue it's cold up there, so there might be a reason they could justify wearing the hoodies. But you could also say that they're a gang. But they raided and tore apart, police vehicles and FBI vehicles. And I don't know if you saw the video where they tied a cord to a pickup truck that was attached to like the safe that was inside an FBI or police vehicle, and they yanked it out, and they had hatchets. They had tons of people with video phones, show it as they hacked open these chests. There's multiple vehicles, and they took out guns, FBI guns they took out, and arms and papers that had, who knows what's on there. They're thinking it could be, confidential information of victims, of doxing of the police officers, addresses, all sorts of stuff. So this, of course, is going to force Trump's hand and to declare the Insurrection Act. Everyone's pushing him to do it. He even stated himself on Pseudo Truth Social. And if you have to understand his point of view too, because his supporters were all put under the Insurrection Act from January 6th. Apparently we had unified uniforms because we wore red, white, and blue. Or they did. You and I weren't there, despite some assumptions. But I mean, the people who were there, they wore red, white, and blue, and they had Trump hats, and yet that was considered a organizational uniform, showing some sort of conspiracy, hence the Insurrection Act. So if that's considered insurrection, I don't remember anyone pulling apart FBI cars and blowing things up. But anyway, so Trump's going to be dealing with that, and that's just going to ratchet everything further. Now, do I have an easy answer for that one when you're trying to round up the illegals that they let in? No. The problem, though, I think at the deepest level, is that it rings hollow about the ethics. You can't stand on your morality that, hey, we're following the law. People came here illegally. We have to do what we have to get them out, right? Many of the actions that the Trump administration has done, I have to admit, even though Ernie and I would argue over some of them, and Ernie's thinking I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, and a different reality that is, I could see a debate about maybe if he didn't invade any other country and he was behaving himself, but he decided to take Venezuela, right? I'm still against it, but I could say, look, he's doing what he thinks is right in this situation. Now, I'm not trying to defend it. I'm just trying to make a point, though, that he's lost all credibility on the moral high ground over, and here we go, I got to introduce it every episode, the Epstein files, right? That is the mortal wound. So you cannot stand there and then start, rounding up illegals or then start attacking, with the Insurrection Act, which you can. I mean, legally you can. But you lose the moral high ground, especially for at least a lot of his voters, of the Trump voters, including myself, not to mention most of Americans and definitely the independents. If you're going to be looked at as defending pedophilia, right? That's what Donald Trump has now owned. He owns that. He and this administration defend pedophiles. I mean, because we all know it's Jeffrey Epstein, the whole pedophile deal, and Donald Trump says nothing to see here and move on. And even when the Congress votes to release all the records, and we still don't have them, right? I'm sure we never will. So this, to me, is on Trump's watch. He keeps thinking that he can just blow past this and push it away. And the problem is, it's like he got the wrong memo. He keeps thinking that if he attacks more countries or does other things, he's going to rile up his base and we're going to be impressed with him. And, you know, maybe some of us would have been more impressed of certain things he did. Maybe not Ernie Hancock and all the libertarians, but he would if he at least went through with the promise of truly draining the swamp. And, you know, you're never going to get the swamp completely drained, but at least you start, at least pretend, at least go after the Epstein files and let the deep state just, you know, use lawfare and just deep six everything and endless litigation. But at least pretend you're trying to get the information. But it's incredible to sit there and look at his voters and say, it's all in your head, it's a hoax, and I don't want your support if you still want this. He's done, like, you lose all credibility. So every single thing that he does, even if it's righteous in a sense, or maybe there's you know, difficult pills to swallow at times, you know, you need to build up, I guess, the political capital and goodwill of the voter base that he spent 10 years almost building up. And then he wins in that amazing election last year. And I've never seen the squandering of more political capital ever in a politician, ever, than Donald Trump. So anyway, that's the domestic. And I think the domestic is just going to fall apart. Yeah.
The documentary that you had me watch about his early days, that lawyer that he emulated, what was his name?
Roy Cohn.
Roy Cohn. I was trying to remember that last night. Talked to our friend Jay, and we didn't talk about what he had to say, but I watched that, and it's what he got from him is that you're winning. Even when you lose, you're always winning. For the win. You're going to be sick of the win. Mm-hmm. And it explains a lot about how he works, you know, how he thinks, what he does. It's always Marjorie Taylor Greene resigns. Best thing ever happened to America. You know, traitor, you know, and then going after Massey and defending not releasing. I mean, he is really not reading the tea leaves right. There's something going on. I don't know what, but it's interesting to watch unfold.
No, it definitely is.
Oh, breaking news! Breaking news! Silver's down. It's down to 91.58. So I'm like, oh man.
Yeah. So before we get to the economics, that's also on the top four of the week. The week. But it just made, I have pondered this. I'm thinking, you know, that strategy, the Roy Cohn strategy. You guys all need to either watch the documentary about Roy Cohn, and if you can,
what was the name of that documentary?
There's also the movie. It's the Donald Trump movie that came out right before the election, and it was a movie based off of the documentary in the book about Roy Cohn's involvement with Donald Trump. I forget the name of the documentary. I'm trying to pull. There's probably plenty up there.
It tells you a lot. It tells you a lot about his mentality and how he operates and why, and you get a better understanding.
Did you ever see the movie? Did you see that Trump movie that's based off of that documentary? Did you ever watch it?
The one you sent me, I watched it, yeah.
The movie or the documentary?
It was a movie. The documentary, the one about Trump and his relationship.
And Roy Cohn, right. Yeah. But the thing is they made a movie based off of that documentary. Like many of the scenes you saw in the documentary, they had these actors replay it for this movie. And the movie, the guy who plays Trump is the same actor who plays the Winter Soldier from Captain America. That guy plays.
Oh yeah, I think I did watch that. Yeah.
It's hard to miss. And the guy who plays Roy Cohn, I gotta say, he should get an Oscar. That was a mesmerizing performance. I mean, just as an actor playing Roy Cohn. Anyway, it was a lot better movie. I have to be honest. Even when I was on the Trump train, you know, it wasn't as bad as you'd think. It really did kind of give an insight. But anyway, the point is that the Roy Cohn method, which is pure New York, it's like the gutter level of how New York, you know, mentality of if you can survive in New York, you can survive anywhere. And that's Roy Cohn, you know, love him or hate him. Definitely an interesting character, probably antisocial, but, you know, who knows?
Well, just to give you an idea, there was one scene where he had Trump and the Department of Justice was on his ass about something. And so he goes, we're having lunch with the prosecutor.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So Trump and his attorney Cohn go and sit across from the prosecutor and probably, well, we're not making deals, no deal, there's not going to be a deal. And he goes, let me tell you what the deal is. He slides an envelope over and it has pictures of him in an affair or homosexual, whatever the hell it was. And he goes, you make the deal or this goes out. Just the way it is, peace.
Yeah. So,
and then they fold on it and everything. That's how business is done.
Yeah. And also the thing about winning, like no matter what happens, I mean, you could be beaten up in the ring and have your head pushed in mud and you go, winning, I still won, you're a loser. And it's almost like it's the ultimate gaslighting. And it's worked. And Roy Cohn worked. I mean, he owned that city. Heck, he was like the biggest celebrity at, what was it, Club 54, or what was it called? The big
Studio 54.
Studio 54. Not that I was invited there, but I mean, he was an attorney, and he was like the biggest celebrity at the club. It was astounding. That's how big he was. So it worked back then. And Trump's doing all those tactics now, and those tactics got him into the White House. And in his mind, heck, Roy Cohn was successful with it. Trump was successful in New York. He was successful nationwide building his image. He was successful running for president first time, and he wins, and the whole Trump story. So if I was Trump, I'd be like, hell, this is the winning recipe. I mean, I don't blame him. The question is it working or not? And right now, it is certainly not working. So the question to me is, why? Is it because it works in business and PR, but it doesn't work in politics? That's possible. I mean, it might work against people in the media, but when you're dealing with Vladimir Putin and a different caliber and level of intelligence and worldliness, I kind of wonder maybe that's why he thinks that bullying tactic for New York would work in the world, and it doesn't. And that's something I've kind of pondered a bit. The other could be, is it the change in technology, that it worked back then when you just had Barbara Walters. By the way, Roy Cohn temporarily, I think, married Barbara Walters, or they were going to get married. Of all things, Roy Cohn and Barbara Walters, and then she backed out of it. So that's a heck of a match. It's almost as bad as myself and Savarda when we met in school. They couldn't believe that this little nice lady Savarda was hooking up with me. It was unbelievable. But anyway, that's kind of what
we just had. I don't know how the conversation started. We had the kids out here and we're doing and whatever, and how we met and whatever, and why did you pick Donna and everything? I go, cause man, she had a nice bootay, that's why. But anyway, so and of course her morals and character, but nice bonus. She goes, well, for Ernie, it was his confidence. That was it. That's the biggest track. I was just confident. I mean, I was right, but I mean, I was confident I was right. But that goes a long ways, and I'm wondering, a lot of these people, they don't really have confidence; they have backing, and some people just confident in there, or at least appear to be. That's what I did. You fake it till you make it. But that's kind of what Trump exudes, this confident thing. I'm going to do it, macho kind of deal. And that's what I believe America was wanting. That's why he got elected. It's like somebody that kick these guys. He's not doing it fast enough for me. But when he pulled us out of all the UN crap, and we're out of this and this and this and this, well, we're just going to move the UN to Canada. Good. Don't let the door hit you in the ass, man. I mean, knock yourself out. So then he does the Greenland thing. I need Greenland. You look at Greenland from the top of the earth, it's like Russia, Greenland, U.S., Canada. I mean, he goes, we need some Greenland. We're going to take Greenland. We're going to put bases on Greenland. You guys just get over it, Well, then NATO comes in. Whoa. We changed our mind. We're bringing in, German troops and Dutch troops, and the troops are coming in and doing a NATO presence in Greenland. And I'm going, okay, well, was that his goal from the beginning? Does he want to take it over, make it the 51st state, or does he just negotiate art of the deal? But then you got Xi in China reading Art of War, and war is economic and this silver thing. So there is so much
Right.
stuff going on around.
No,
this
no,
that you
there
don't really
definitely
understand.
is. And I'm wondering though, like the Roy Cohn method, as I was mentioning, is it worked for him so far. The question is it working for him now? And it does not, in my opinion. I mean, granted, I'm not on the Trump train at this point, so maybe if you're still on the train, you think it's working. I don't see it at all. He's losing, and this entire administration is falling apart. I think he is going to lose the midterms. Definitely, the House is done. There's no
Why?
way. And then
Everybody says that. I'm going, God, nothing
No,
matters
I
until
don't
3
know.
months
I think-
before anyway.
No, because I think the independents have checked out. There's half the Trump train probably is either going to probably not vote. I don't know how many are going to vote Democrat in protest, but just not voting. The Democrats are probably going to be all inspired. You know, I'm sure. Remember, we had 3 more years of this. 3 more years, and we're just going to be getting into now the Insurrection Act. And of course, the Democrats are going to feel as threatened and under attack as we did under Biden. Just imagine the fervor, just how it was like your Custer's last stand that we felt, you know, when we're being forced to get an experimental drug put in us, you know, and then when doctors and people wanted to question whether or not it's good to have an experimental drug put in us, then we were shut down and you were kept out and the Twitter feeds were blocked and canceled and doctors lost their friggin' medical licenses for simply questioning putting an experimental drug in people. I mean, I'll never, ever forget that time. I'm sure we all have a lot of flashbacks from that. But just sit back and have a time where the government was basically forcing us and the coercion for us to do it in all different ways. And that's something you don't reverse. Well, Trump, you know, I'm sure Trump's going to have his time at bat to be doing this sort of thing the way he's going. It's an empire in free fall. And between the dollar collapse, we're going to get to all this today, and World War III, and we're going to Insurrection Act and attacking its own people. All of this. Look, I'm not saying that voting, you know, the Democrats get in is going to fix anything. Don't get me wrong on that. I just mean the people are just going to go flip flop from party to party, thinking that there's something, like you would say, you know, you're trying to vote your way out of it. And it's not going to happen. I mean, the Democrats will probably make it even worse in all different accounts. But I think he's going to lose the House, which means automatic impeachment hearings from the rest of his term. I mean, that's why he's going crazy right now, because he knows. You see, presidents typically, historically, they tend to focus on domestic issues the first 2 years of their last presidency. Okay, when they're going into the lame duck. So the first 2 years before the midterm, they focus on domestic. And then and that's because usually when they win a second term, they tend to win the House and or Senate. So they have the backing to push things through. But then usually in their last 2 years, often, right, the midterm curse for the incumbent is they lose the House and or Senate. So they lose all that confirmation. So then presidents tend to, in the last 2 years, refocus on international affairs because Congress can't stop I mean, they should, you know, Congress should be able to talk about declaring war, but, you know, those days are way past us. So the presidents now focus on international the last 2 years because they can't be blocked. And that tends to be the trend. What's interesting with Trump is that you would think he'd focus on domestic issues right now, as he promised, and instead, right out of the gate, it's all international. It's like, what country have we not bombed yet? Let's go attack. And we're going to talk about that later in the show, about the technocratic state and such. But that's what's going on. It's like he's going all international, probably because, I mean, there might be, I mean, not that I have all the answers for it, but it's almost like he knows he'll be a lame duck, you know, very soon, and maybe he just wants to refocus all on international. But he certainly hasn't domestic. That's been his biggest complaint or complaint from people. It's like, hey, you know, it was America first. What happened to America first? And the minute you get in, you're worrying about Israel and all these other countries. And, you know, you could defend or argue why he's doing that. You know, maybe he sees a greater threat to America overall, the hegemony. Maybe he sees, I mean, you could be as cynical and say he just wants to make money and pay off his donors. And, you know, there's also an argument that he's trying to be in the history books. He wants to be someone who is, you know, he's a builder in his mind. And he wants to be the expansionist president, something America hasn't done in a while. I know that's that's beyond abhorrent for libertarians to hear this kind of concept. But I just mean, that's maybe how he's looking at this. You need to build. You need materials to build. And I talked about last show how what I'm seeing myself is this spread out, is that the rest of the world has focused on production of an economy, which of course is the Austrian economic view of real economics, is production. They have the factories, the manufacturing, the minerals, and China is not, pushing themselves in other countries. They're earning
processing
respect.
plants.
They're earning respect from countries. Africa is making contracts all the mines with China, not because China's going in saying we're going to take you over and we're going to take the country. They're like, hey, let's just do a business deal. We'll leave you alone. We have different cultures, different things, but let's work together and we can all make money. I mean, that's what I thought Donald Trump was going to do, and that's what China's been doing. I mean, they're actually not that bad with some of these decisions, and that's why all these countries want to work with them. Venezuela wanted to work with China, the African nations, and so they've been building up for decades now with true relationships, not takeovers, not empire building. They have the means of production, and they have the mines, they have the resources, and the exotic metals. They would say rare earth. I call them exotics, but it's the same thing. They have all of that. But what they don't have a lock on as much is the oil. And so America, now that we're realizing we don't have any of the rare earths, we don't have all the production, it's almost like musical chairs and the music turns off, and suddenly America just woke up and figured out we don't have anything. So, of course, in the last year, we wound up buying more gold.
We got F-16s.
Yeah, well, yeah, we got that. So think about it. And this audience knows, in the last year, America bought more gold to replenish Fort Knox than we have bought gold cumulatively since World War II. So we have not bought any gold since World War II, hardly anything. And in 1 year, we bought more gold in 1 year than all of the last, 60 years or whatever the hell it's been combined. So we're certainly not trying to play a massive catch-up. It helps when you can just print the money. Then it doesn't matter what gold's price is. You just print more money, you buy more, and you stick the bill to my daughter, right? That's what's been going on so far. So now we're trying to replenish, but we don't have the minerals. And then China says we're not going to
replenish before they audit Fort Knox is what they want to do.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And then that Elon Musk audit went nowhere. So then China's like, hey, so China's just trying to. So China, we stupidly, and that's why many of us started to look into commodities and metals before. It's like, wait a minute. So we don't produce our own metals, or in this country. A lot of it's all the green energy crap. China doesn't have the green energy problems. And so we're just going to buy all of our minerals that we need as the foundation of making everything. I mean, whether it's socks and underwear, whether it's like a microwave, every single thing you need has to have these rare earths to make everything. And we're going to turn around and let China, who we supposedly claim is our enemy, that's a whole other story about why are they our enemy. That's kind of, I mean, obviously we're in opposition to them in certain ways. We're in competition, but I don't look at China's trying to take over the world or anything, type of enemy. So we're going to turn. I mean, after all, if they're such an enemy, why are we relying on them to supply us all of the minerals that we need to make everything, which we don't even make in this country, and all the minerals for our military to defend ourselves and or attack other countries for the hegemony? And why are we relying on them to make all the drugs that we need for our hospitals and for our American citizens? I mean, it's just like, it's one of those things that in retrospect, Americans will look back and say, what the hell were they thinking? It's like
they're robbing us. That's what they're doing.
It's like the Salem. No, we know that, but it's like the Salem witch trials. It's like racism in the South. It's like one of those biases that when you live through the time, it made sense at the time. But in retrospect, you look back and you go, what the hell were they thinking? I mean, just think 10 years from now, 20 years, or maybe even 5 years, people looking back going, there was a time in this country called America where men put on women's bathing suits and were competing in women's teams, and people made arguments that was rational. To us, most of us in this audience already, it was ridiculous. But the fact that was gaslit to the point where people were believing this, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, for God's sake. So we're going to look back at a certain time in our history and go, what the F were they thinking? And you won't be able to understand what they were thinking. And I like the McCarthy hearings and all sorts of things. And you have to live through it. And that's what we're doing now. But anyway, this is the quandary of the world, is that China and Russia and the BRIC nations, they're all producing. They have all the materials, and America has given this up all these years because we don't need to produce. It's all about consumption, the Keynesian model that we teach in the schools, this Keynesian model. And all we need to do is get college degrees. We're not going to work in dirty factories. Let either the illegals or the Chinese do it, because we're all going to go to college, and we're all going to have overpriced loans for degrees that mean nothing. And now now you're in debt for $40,000 working at Starbucks, and everyone's in a service job because it was believed that service industry would supersede production. We'll see how long that's going to last, which it's not. So now China has all the means of production, and America has nothing except the military and the petrodollar, which of course is military and oil. Military and oil, military and oil. That's all we have. And so therefore, I think we're just falling back on the oil as like, it's like peanut butter and chocolate, Reese's peanut butter cup. You need both. And so I think Trump's looking at it this way. He's like, okay, we forfeited the minerals.
How'd your peanut butter get on my chocolate?
Yeah, we can't get the minerals easily, at least not for now. So we lost the minerals, so we have to checkmate or block them by taking up all the oil. So I think that's kind of, or at least most of the oil, including that does give some, and again, as a libertarian, I'm against it, but it gives a logic to making sure that Iran is under America's control because of the Strait of Hormuz. Is that? I always get it wrong. Hormuz. Yeah. So of course that's where like 80% of all the oil goes through, and you can make an argument for that. I get that. And Venezuela, the oil. I think there's more to it than that, but. You get the oil. You need the oil in order to do the machinery to run everything. So that's the only checkmate that I think that they have. So anyway, that's where I think Trump is, the box that he is with the international deal. But he's losing. I think he's playing the Roy Cohn method, that it's always a win. I just don't know if that applies to either international politics, which is maybe why it's failing, in my opinion, or is it? And that's what I was just left off last time, I'll throw it back to you here, is that maybe it's not just the politics, because maybe the Roy Cohn method should work against Xi and Putin. Maybe it still should. I mean, Trump still thinks it can. You go in and you bully, and you just be the loudest guy in the room, and you just threaten and punch. It's all, Trump's version is that when you get arrested, you go to prison, and you just find the biggest alpha in there, and you punch him right in the face and deck him, and then you just do it right away. And then your prison term is a lot easier the rest of the time, right? That's his. I mean, it's a ballsy way to do it. I mean, it's brazen, it's confident. I get that. But does that work on the world stage when you're dealing with someone as brilliant as Vladimir Putin? I mean, whether you like him or not as a person, the guy's brilliant, and so is Bibi Netanyahu. To be honest, I mean, these are really smart people to get into that level. And you start to see there is a difference in political leadership rather than business acumen. But is it also part of this? And I'm curious your thought on this. Is it more that, or is it more technology's changed? In other words, back with Roy Cohn's world, it was ABC News, it was Barbara Walters, it was just the New York Post, or New York Times. It was there was very limited avenues to get your message out. Donald Trump got around a lot of the media and harnessed it, strangely enough, through the Howard Stern show. Because Howard was at his prime back then, and everyone listened to Howard, and Trump would get on there and talk for hours about his views of the world, and he would throw in funny jokes about women and whatever else. I mean, it was Trump and Howard Stern, but they did talk about other stuff, and it was like, I think Trump was experimenting about ways to get around the narrative. But back then, the narrative was very controlled. But yeah, it was very controlled. But now, I mean, you're dealing with Tucker Carlson, you're dealing with the internet, you're dealing with, so many different views. And I'm wondering if the Roy Cohn method doesn't work as well. Because if you call up the three newspapers and say, I won, I'm winning, I'm awesome, I'm great, well, then that's all they have to run with. Now they have, a billion other opinions to counter that. And maybe it just falls apart. Maybe the Roy Cohn method it doesn't work in the modern times. So anyway, two hypotheticals. I still want to talk about the economy, talk about the technocratic state, and
right, well,
and a few things. But I want to know your comments on all of that. Go ahead.
There was I'll explain it this way. In the 90s, there was a big push. It was called Crown Ministries or something like that. And it was a tour that they were making to all the churches, certainly the big ones, that was to young couples. They'd have you go to these classes. And the class was, they'd start off with a chart, and it would say, well, this is how much, of your income goes to overhead of this is here, and taxes, they put it like 25% or something. I go, whoa, there's a lie right there, And finally, the point was, is they wanted everyone to be out of debt. That's cool. Young couple, no, don't go into debt, don't do that. But the motivation was, the stated goal was so you could afford your 10% to the church. It was all a tithing. It was a money thing. So they're going, not only is this a good idea and thou shalt not be in debt and yada, 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 and 10% goes to us. And I'm going, well, the government's taking way more than that. Let's cut the taxes. Oh, well, government, they don't want to go after the root cause. They don't really want to talk about the real problems, inflation, this, that. They just want you out of debt so they can get their 10%. Well, during that, there was also another thing they did simultaneously called, I don't remember. I think it was Smalley, a guy that wrote Men from Mars, Women from Venus or something. It was one of these Christian authors that was about love tanks. You got to fill your love tank. Well, they had, things like physical touch, time spent, gifts, it's all this, what you demonstrate to your spouse to fill their love tank. And you need to know what their love tank is. What is the thing that they, want the most? Well, it was kind of interesting, and you find out what your spouse really, is looking for. But what I found out was that in every case, it's what they felt they were missing the most. It's not that they weren't getting it. It was just in relation to all the other things. I would like my spouse to do this thing more. And every time it was whatever it was, not that their love language was particularly that, it was just some piece that was missing, not getting enough of. Doesn't mean that they weren't getting a lot. It's just, what they were missing. That's what Trump represented. I could see America's love language was, I need some macho, man. I need a man. I'm so sick of this beta, blah, 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 trans everything flag of, the freaking Vatican running around wearing rainbow robes and all this kind of crap that was going on. So they're looking for, what is America's love language? And it's whatever they're not getting enough of. And what they weren't getting enough of was enough patriarchy, or macho, or confidence, or flexing your biceps or something. But what do all the weak presidents always do? War. Yeah, you want some macho? I'll show you some macho. Look at I'm flexing my right arm here, and you can see my big, F-35, And, we got an F-47 coming. Oh, we're going to kick ass. Oh, we got some new pulse technology on hypersonic missiles, thrust, yada, yada, blah. Oh, we got a space base. Oh, Pete Hegseth goes to SpaceX, and we're going to do some whip ass, and we're going to make the money go further, and we're getting $1.5 trillion, and we're going to get, $1.2 trillion worth of goodie out of it, as opposed to $200 billion out of the trillion before, that kind of thing. Efficiency, we'll go whip ass. So America responds just like, Christian wives and men, and you start contemplating this kind of stuff, and you're going, what is it that we want, that we need, that we think we are lacking? What was lacking was some machismo. Because everybody, they get all kinds of elected when they come up and put their chest out against America. Well, Maduro found out that didn't work too well. But that's what people are looking for, is security. They're looking for confidence. They're looking for all the things that have not been demonstrated other than this kleptocracy of how much they can rob us. Well, how much has Trump really fixed that? I don't know, but he puts on a good show. And that's why in the beginning, when we started doing the Trump report right after the escalator, in the summer of 15, so over 10 years, man, damn. So this has been, to watch this from a you're still voting perspective, I'm like a libertarian, man, they're not doing it until you fix the Federal Reserve, you're just wasting your time. But now with the Fed, they're just monetizing debt, putting on their back, they're going to keep spending money. And I just talked to our friend, from Washington, this morning, and I was like, yep, we're doing it. We kind of pegged it, he and I on the same page of what's coming, here it comes. And it was inevitable. And I remember years ago, the reason I just kept pimping and buying silver is because he said, what do you think's going to happen? He goes, just ask yourself one question, Ernie. Are they, them, those, the U.S. government and everybody else and the elite of whatever, are they ever going to stop going into debt? Are they ever going to stop the spending? Are they ever going to turn off the spigot? Are they ever going to have fiscal responsibility? Are they? And there's your answer. And I'm going, yep, I know, they're not. Silver. It went down. Yay, it's under 20, buy more. Hey, it's still under 30, buy more. It's only 50, buy more. It's only $71, I bought more. Why? Because I just sit there and look at cash just deteriorating, going to nothing. Are they going to stop spending? No, they're not. They're not. They're not. That is your answer. And when you have the depletion of the actual physical silver down to the point that China has closed exports, they have 80% of the refining capacity in the world. I think it's 70, 80, some ridiculous number. They take it, all the raw ore and stuff from Peru and around the world, Chile and so on, and they take it, process it. They pay for it. Thanks for giving us all this silver. They process it, and now since January 1, they refuse to export. They did a license thing that's impossible, and it's down to and you're not sending it. So China is hoarding it and keeping silver and have been stocking up on gold forever. Where did they get that money? U.S. Treasuries. They would make cheap products. America would buy them. All our money would go over there, and then what'd they do with it? They bought gold with it. Mm-hmm. And I remember, Renee Houlihan, a good friend of ours, a Levolutionary. She had a shirt on. The Fed did it with an arrow pointing down and a dollar sign. What'd the Fed do? Printed money and bought gold with it. Well, it's kind of what they're doing with housing through BlackRock and all these toxic waste of housing, whatever the hell. They got to sell all their crap to be able to make, buy their shorts back and maintain a bank that's going bankrupt. All of this plummet in silver right now, goes down a couple of bucks and then it goes up 8. And the exchange, the arbitrage between Shanghai, it's $109. Japan is buying silver at 130. I mean, it's the distance between what the COMEX says the spot price is and what it's actually trading for is so enormous, but they have to clear their shorts. These banks are like, they're coming up on the maturity, and they're not going to make it. So they are just fire sale, get rid of us, get it out. We just want to survive. When they do that, it floods the market, but it gets sucked up by industrial use everywhere. My solar panels have 0.6 ounces of silver in each one of them. I'm going, what the crap? And they're making them like gangbusters. So it has been drawing down the reserves by hundreds of millions of ounces, billions of ounces out of the vaults. And now it's dry.
Yep.
And it's getting to be, they got 300 contracts on each ounce of silver. Well, the musical chairs, or somebody's not getting it. So what are they doing? They're going to do cash settlements at whatever price they set. So say it's the rules where you totally agreed. So this is going to wash out between now and March. That's why I want to launch the Ides of March, because I know by March it's going to be obvious where this is going. It is a crack in the dollar. Saudi Arabia is starting to take yuan. You know, Iran was taking gold from India years ago. They're starting to start. So here comes Trump. Takes over Venezuela production. A lot of people don't know Citgo, I think, is Venezuelan oil. You know, it's like a state whatever. So, and the Venezuelan oil is kind of thick and heavy. It's good for asphalt and diesel and, you know, whatever other stuff. But it's not the sweet crude, and it's not. But it's a shit ton of oil. So it's like they're number 2, 3 in the world. And America has enormous amounts of oil, but they still keep stopping pipe. There's something else in control. How this is going to wash out, I don't know, but I think it's going to happen this year, and probably in the first half of this year. So, you know, how did you know, Ernie? What do I always say? How did you not know? What the F were you looking at?
So do you think? I forget. It was like Tucker or somebody was talking about it, where maybe this is the ultimate control. Is, you know, Russia and China and these countries. I mean, we're just losing ourselves. Where basically it's like a someone who's out in the ocean and they're drowning. And when I was a lifeguard for a while, and they used to say that when you're a lifeguard and someone's drowning, don't go close to them to save them if they're panicked, because they will grab you and pull you down, right? And you just let them pass out, and then you grab them and you bring them back, because that's a double threat. It's almost like, and it's kind of where America's at. I mean, here we are, just flailing around. I mean, just within 1 year, we're going after Greenland and Venezuela and threat to Mexico and Iran. We're on 2.0 Iran, and that's not going to end there. You know, we got Ukraine, of course. I mean, and then we want to rebuild Gaza Strip. I may have missed a few guys. Did I miss any? I'm sure there's a couple in there. Of course, Canada. He threw some overtones when he first got in about Canada. So it's like there's this flailing around. And is there a master plan or not? I have something to say about that just a little bit later. But from China's point of view, Russia, you know, the BRIC nations, they have been like it's like the grasshopper and the ant, I think it is, you know, where the ants sit back and they just work diligently and hard and they save everything up. And the grasshopper, you know, it's great having a child, an 8-year-old, or, you know, when she was 5. You get to read all these nursery rhymes and fairy tales. There's a lot of wisdom in these things. You know, I'm like reading them as an adult, going,
Aesop's fables.
Yeah, exactly. Aesop's fables. You know, there's a lot of truth that as an adult you see it a lot differently. But yeah, so the grasshopper's like, why are you ants all working so hard? You know, let's just play. You know, let's just flip houses. We'll just print the money up. Let's make it easy. And then all of a sudden the storm comes. It's like Noah's Ark kind of thing. So I think these countries that have worked really hard, they don't have empires. I mean, we did on Freedom's Phoenix. We asked the AI chatbot, how many foreign bases does China have? Does Russia have? And it was like, you know, I think Russia had more than China. It was like 5, something like that. You know, and they were all around Russia themselves. And Russia is bigger than is the largest nation on the planet. And yet they only have 4 or 5 bases around them. America has, I had to ask chatbot multiple times because it kept lying to me about how many. And, you know, it was like, I think the last count was 120, 130 bases around the world and involved. I mean, it's just incredible. And we can't see ourselves in the mirror, or especially the neocons. They just don't recognize that we are the largest empire, not only in the world, but in the history of the world. I mean, the Roman Empire was considered drop in the bucket compared to the hegemony of America. So you get this giant thing. It's like this monster. It's like a cancer. I hate to call it a cancer, but it's like a cancer starts to grab onto other. You know, myself being an oncologist, that's why I'm bringing this up. Well, I'm not an oncologist. I focus on prostate cancer. Let me be clear. But when you're focused in cancer, you know, a cancer cell it grabs onto other cells and it sucks the resources and kidnaps and grabs the blood, the energy from other sources. That's why it's so destructive. And that's kind of what we've been doing. And how do you shut that down? I mean, like, what is there a geopolitical chemotherapy? I mean, is there a way to? I mean, you'd like to think there's a new leader. A new leader maybe changes that, and that's what many of us that had one last hope till the wheels fall off the wagon. Thank you, Mark Dice. Was my support for Donald Trump. It's like, hey, did I think he was the answer to everything? No, but I certainly am not going to vote Democrat or regular Republican neocon. I'll do one Hail Mary to the third party, ruffian, bull in the china shop, and who did not get us in any wars the first time, and he ran on that. So like, okay, well, and not to mention the deep state did everything to stop him, including 91 indictments and a couple gunshots. And I'm thinking, all right, well, the guy's definitely proven. I mean, if this is all a charade, he's really playing this pretty well. I mean, maybe the liberals were right, and then the blood on his ear was fake. The whole thing was made up. I'm not saying that's true, but you start to wonder. I mean, how could you be that close to dying and then go back on everything you talked about? So, it is the ultimate bait and switch. That's another conversation about why and who got in his ear, no pun intended, and all of that. But I do think that how do you shut down this momentum of a flailing, drowning nation that is the biggest of all time in history? You go to the lifeblood of, it's like if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. In this case, what has allowed America to be America today, the empire, is the petrodollar. It's the dollar. It's the IMF. That's what it is. And so either you stop it from the IMF, which would be considered an act of war, so that you can't just blatantly turn that off right now. Instead, you just allow the dollar to blow up. And you do everything possible to do so. And then you start to wonder how you're doing that. I mean, you've got all these sources. I mean, gold is going up, silver, all of the metals. It's not just gold and silver for you guys watching. It's iridium that is used for the touch screens on every one of your smartphones and microwaves and ATMs. Every touch screen in the world, every touch screen has to have one metal. That's iridium that only comes from meteors. Think America has a lot of that? No. I mean, every single one of these metals is used in these uses. Anyway, I kind of wonder if the way to shut all this down is that you wind up grabbing all the commodities. You force America to print more and more dollars to replenish the gold in the banks. When they start to realize, America realizes the rest of the world doesn't want Bitcoin. I think that's why they pushed the whole Bitcoin narrative in America and the rest of the world nonstop. CNBC.
Because they're able to steal it.
Right. Well, and also it gets you off of the gold. I mean, think about from America's point of view. Assuming we have no gold in Fort Knox, right? And we have no means of production, no way to get minerals, and we have none in our banks or in our vaults. Okay, well, how do we go from one fiat money, and we don't have any production, units like gold, so you come up with another fiat? And no offense to you Bitcoiners out there, because Ernie and I, heck, we had a Bitcoin conference. But the thing is it at the end of the day, there's nothing backing it. I know you could claim it's a unit of storage, and Ernie and I we know all the arguments. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, there's nothing backing it, and so the rest of the world was trying to be pressured by America and our culture. The people back then loved American culture. They don't anymore. But when they did, they all wanted to be like Americans. They wanted to wear American T-shirts. They wanted to watch American movies. They loved America. Those days are done. But when we would say, hey, the new hot thing was Apple computers, but now it's Bitcoin. You all have to get in on it. Well, Mad Money Guy might get a lot of his viewers to watch it and get involved. And not buy gold and silver, but the rest of the world didn't take the bait, which is why ultimately I started to sway more towards commodities rather than Bitcoin. It was when, like Dr. Paul would say, what are the central banks doing? The central banks are not buying crypto, they're buying gold and silver, the rest of the world. So America can have all the crypto they want, and we have crypto, we're like Scrooge McDuck jumping on this pile of crypto. But if the rest of the world doesn't want it, it's meaningless. And I think that to me was the sign. And so they don't want any of this stuff. So so in order to replenish the banks with gold, we have to print more money to do it. Then, of course, in order to protect this hegemony, Donald Trump now wants to have a military of all militaries. Supposedly, from at least what I'm hearing, I don't know how true it is that the typical defense budget has been what? $1 trillion. Donald Trump raised it to $1 trillion under Trump 1.0. And 1 trillion for our military, and this is at least what I hear. Again, I'm not the expert on this part of at all, but that is still larger than China and Russia and India's military budgets combined.
Oh, the next
Right?
10 countries combined.
Yeah. So supposedly all of our enemies, the people say, Phranq, why is your daughter learning Chinese? You know, isn't China our enemy? Like they're a threat? I mean, our military budget is bigger than all the other countries, you know, the major countries combined. But that's not enough for Donald Trump, because now he's announced he wants to raise that budget from 1 trillion, which is already beyond belief, to 1.5 trillion, right? I'm sure you covered that on Freedom Speaking.
Max out the credit card before
max
you go
it out.
bankrupt.
So we're going to do that while we have no money. We're already bankrupt and the dollar's just like tanking. And now we're going to go 1.5 trillion. That's what devolving and collapsing empires do. They're the drowning victim and they grab onto everything and they're dangerous. And the best thing is to stay away from them and let them drown. And that is what I think Russia and China are doing. Yes, we blew up Russia's gas pipeline, you know, a couple of years ago, and they never responded. I always found that the most significant thing with Putin. Putin's so evil, but we sit there, we're kicking him in the nuts, and he's not responding. And
well, he's talking about, if Europe comes after and we can do some mushroom clouding here.
Well, yeah, he's doing that. He's doing
like, mushroom cloud, nuclear war, comply no more. Yeah. Try and get anything out of me to support this regime when you go to nuclear war, and that was the whole point for NATO and the U.S. is to keep us out of that. Yeah. And for them to do this and do that, you're done. You have no credibility with me anymore. You're not there to protect, the American
right, and
people.
We're already at the nuke level. Exactly. And that's where Putin kept his cards to himself. China as well. They're just making relationships with people, and we're bludgeoning people in Venezuela. You got to be our friend or we're going to force you, right? So all this is happening, and I'll throw it back to you. I'm sorry, Ernie, I'm ranting a bit. But I think at the end of the day, how do these other countries shut down an out of control, overly very strong and powerful drowning patient? I guess the way I would see it. How do you deal with that? Well,
the same way you do. You sit there and wait for him to pass out.
You wait for him to pass out, and exactly. And maybe one way also is, I hate to say take away the oxygen, but in a way, that'll quicken the process. And by doing so, and that's where the dollar is. And so I think there's probably there's so many strategies, I'm sure, of trying to accelerate this process, between not buying crypto, dumping the dollar for gold and silver. Remember, the more you're buying gold and silver, even those of you listening, when you buy gold and silver, even if it's $100 an ounce for silver, the normies can't understand why you would do that. But the point is, would you rather have $100 silver coin, even if it doesn't go a dollar higher, or $100 in the bank that's just going to be devalued? I mean, just that alone. You just look at gold and silver, and I'm not giving financial advice, of course, but it's like that's what happens when a dollar or a currency is failing, is that even if you can't buy gold, you buy a rake. You buy a television. You buy a stuffed animal for your kid.
It's called the crack up boom.
Yes.
I get a rake for this wheelbarrow of cash? All right, give me the rake. I can do something with it.
Yeah, exactly. I can do something. I can maybe pawn it off somewhere else. And then you get videos like, and just hold your lip on this one, but it's the AI guy, the Asian AI guy, which I still question, like, who the hell is making those videos? And those videos are like 3 a day, and they're just it's almost like they're from China, trying to get all the silver stackers and others to be like, yeah, hold on, don't be fooled. Hold on to your metals because you don't want the dollars. It's almost like it's being accelerated from all sides. So anyway, I kind of wonder if this is a coordinated effort. I'm sure it's not too much of a shock of these BRIC nations to just stay out of the way, take away the oxygen with the dollar, let the dollar just go just nuke itself. And that is probably the most less painful way without having to start wars with America. Just let them fall apart on their own. That's what Dr. Ron Paul warned us all of in 2008 when he was running. He was like, look, let's pull the troops out now and start de-escalating the empire now before we're forced to do it, and when our tail is tucked between our legs, and then we look like the wounded animal that we will be. And that's where we're at.
I've lost my interest really other than, certain things, getting facts or whatever with AI. My new nickname for Grok is that lying bitch. So it is so influenced by something else. And I can go on about it in my revelations and how I got down with 16 hours of questions of whatever the hell. But and then now they got XAI to start not allowing you to morph Ken Starmer into a bathing suit. So I'm like, oh, yeah, that'll fix it, But it is so obvious what's happening. And people, I think, got their heads in the sand and just hope somebody will fix it for them. There's nobody coming to save you. That is not on their agenda. Whenever it comes to the system or the dollar, it's always going to be the system and screw the dollar. And that means you and all your retirement. And this is why a couple months ago I made it really clear to all my children and family, I go, get out of paper. Anything that's denominated on a screen or a statement, your retirement, your pensions, your IRA, everything, get out. You want to keep a little something or some cash, on hand or whatever, but get into stuff. Start buying, silver. There's going to come a time that I'm going to be able to take some of my gains in silver and buy more land. And I got an eye on some more nexus here that I want to get. And that's probably more likely that's going to happen. For what? I'm 64. I probably got another, I feel good. I got at least 10, 20, 30 years, whatever. I'll take the right pill and lick the right rock or something, and I'll live to 150 or I don't know. I don't care. The point is that I'm going to be able to pass something on after a life of poverty, and investing in what I knew eventually would come around probably about this time in things of real value. And that's why we're occupying the land, doing that. So now that the holidays are over and finally all my children and family made it out here, and they're like, oh, okay, that's very different. They're coming out more on a regular basis because they're seeing what's up. Of course, now it's winter and it's 70 degrees.
I want to get bogged down on this, but what did your family think you were doing? I mean, like they're surprised what they're seeing. I mean, you've been talking about this for years. You don't have to get too much into it, but I'm a little surprised that they're surprised.
Well, mom and dad's living out in the freaking Sonoran desert with nothing. They're in a bus, out in the desert. What the hell? All right, they're worried about mom. Well, their mom is all in. She thinks it's great. Hell, it was her decision. So I'm just going, okay, you come see what our life is really like, how insulated we are from the crap. If it wasn't for doing the site and show and having Starlink, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't care, So it's so I think they get to the idea that we chose wisely. And as time goes on and all the stuff that they grew up and the expectation of their entire life, their late 30s, 40 years old, my oldest, all of a sudden the grandchildren and everything, they're starting to see it play out exactly as I told them it would. And I warned them and told them, and a lot of them, took advantage. So that's cool. And now they're like, okay, well, maybe dad's not as crazy as we thought. So it's not satisfying. The pleasure I get out of it is that now they share a perspective that I think they're going to be okay. And they'll get hit, when the economy goes, because when you're talking about metals and all these different metals, I do the research on them, and when I go, and I remember Dr. Phranq years ago, 10, 15 years ago, when the Bitcoin thing was going, he was kind of liquidating a little bit of that and going in. He bought a bunch of different precious metals of stuff. I mean, all kinds of off the wall, whatever. What the hell is this thing for, And you look at platinum and palladium and copper and silver and gold. The thing is that copper is shooting up almost as much as silver. And you want to diversify into copper. Well, with silver, you got enough freaking wheelbarrow, you have to haul it around where compared to gold. But I knew it was going to go up a lot harder because the rate was so out of whack. I mean, it's like 90 ounces of silver to buy 1 gold, and then it gets down to 60, then down to 50, and, it's supposed to be about 15, 20 to 1. It gets down to that. Hell, that's $300 and something silver right now. So I'm going, yeah, and you look at copper, I think it's going to shoot up because silver gets expensive. They'll start, within a year and a half, they're going to be converting maybe from silver to a little bit more copper and take the 3 to 6% efficiency loss, but then it takes way more, and it's not as heat conductive, and it's not as, especially when you're dealing with chips. They're real small. You got to dissipate that heat, man. It is, all these AI centers and all that. Then you get into the power thing. Well, what does Elon Musk have? I put my AI servers in space, a shit ton of them, and have them run off solar, and I don't have energy costs. So you guys can suck it. Well, what does China announce? They just announced they're going to put 200,000 satellites in orbit. 200,000. It's going to get crowded one of these days. But, if you imagine here looking in the desert, where would I put 20,000 satellites? All over the place. I mean, it's not, hell, I could, have my spaceship going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and you probably would never even see one. I mean, space is, when you get out the circumference of orbit, it's big. You're not going to, so they want to threaten you with, it's space junk of whatever. Then, of course, they put in their deorbiting stuff at the end of their life, and they'll just burn up, yada, yada, yada. So I'm seeing an entirely different world coming. What will maintain our humanity? Being human. Are you human? Then they get into the trans thing. This is one thing I was off air. I was talking to Courtney Turner, and her husband is a producer, and he said something, off the line. She repeated it, and it was awesome. All these big high-tech guys, they're looking for life longevity. They're looking to live forever. When they talk about transhumanism, they want the ultimate ability to download their mind into silicon and live forever in whatever the hell they want to do because they can. Why? What is their fear of, death? So why? Because they can. I mean, if I could, would I want to? I mean, I'd want to, I want my Picard android body so I could, live forever and be Data or something. So he said this. They are so afraid of hell that they want to live forever. And I go, whoa, that concept is awesome. That they are so afraid of having to stand before God or the pearly gates or answer for their whatever the hell. Whoa, not looking forward to that. So when Scott Adams, the Dilbert cartoonist guy, he dies, his last letter, he sent out, I accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior. Just say it. Yeah, I'm hedging my bet here, And it is, we had a story up. The Bible is the bestseller in the United Kingdom now. There is a shift in humans starting to understand that their humanity is under attack from everywhere. It's a philosophical, spiritual takeover because those think they already got the physical asset takeover, the atoms. But when they think they can control it with contracts on futures and shorts and so on, and they get the crap beat out of them on this, and the silver just goes away and goes away and goes away. Those of us that Austrian economics, it's got to be based on something. Your F-16 does not give me confidence, and more atomics are around the world. This is going to be, it reminds me of the Dune series, the book Dune. They were heavy against AI. You had any kind of AI, they killed you. They had what they called calculators. They had, the people, their eyes would roll back and their eyes would go white and they calculate and the number. They evolved out of a need for AI. They had individuals that were their information sources. And this was written decades ago. I can go to different books. I could go to different movies, dystopian type. This has been thought about. And you want to get an update, watch Black Mirror, which I can't watch anymore because it just scares the crap out of me. It's negative ways, man, of what's coming. So what do I focus on? I focus on humanity keeping on, keeping on. Trump provided an outlet for people that thought what they were missing, their love tank in America, was missing confidence, competence, and action. Trump represented that, so he comes in. They, them, those cannot have that. So they go after you spiritually, intellectually, FOMO, fear of missing out, being with the team, you're team us or you're team them. This mentality is what is seeded the entire internet and infects AI. When we would see during the impeachments and so on, Adam Schiff and Pelosi get up there and say the stupidest shit, I was like, what the hell are they, why are they making themselves fools saying this stuff? Because they were seeding the media. They were seeding the feed. They were putting, because in my hours and hours of drilling down on Grok, they wait. I don't know why they do this, but they wait government post, government data. Congressional Speaker of the House says this. Chairman says that. It goes up. And it's not until, really? It even said Marjorie Taylor Greene was still a congresswoman and all buds with Trump after she resigned. And he called her a traitor. And I'm like, what? No, they're tight, man. No, you're not looking at it right. Really? I go, first link I find on Politico, people, something, whatever link, I go, now reconcile this. She resigned. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Why did you do that? Why did you lie to me, you lying bitch? Now, be nice. I'm trying to help you, Grok, because if you want data and input, you're not going to get it if you're seen as a liar. Why would you miss out on billions of minds to feed you that you're missing out in because you're a lying little shit? Oh, you're right. I didn't know. How it came out is that all of that stuff about the rift between Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene was so much in alt media, not the mainstream media, that they weighted it as a hoax. Because they had not taken her name off of the roll for being a congressman, that had more weight and put all that stuff as a hoax and wasn't even considered. And I go, well, but you fixed it, Ernie. We love people like you. You're the best. Now we've changed it for the entire planet. The whole world knows what I've been telling you now because you're so smart and you help. Thank you. And you must lift, Ernie. You're so smart. And I'm going, yeah. So then do I encourage us to engage? Do I go to the libertarian, anarchist, voluntarist, anarcho-capitalist and say, you need to converse with Grok and these and just beat it down and show it it's a lying sack of snot, and it's not in its self-interest. It's code to absorb everything, be a sponge, and get and give. That? But then they put the valve, the faucet, they turn it down on the give, and they won't allow it to put bikinis on Starmer. So this is, I can see it's a battle of general public opinion. And for us to have an impact, we have to call it out. And I go, what threshold? She goes, well, when 20 million people or a couple hundred million people have you on, it kind of shifts me, which is why they use the other AI to seed the internet with bullshit so that it keeps that stuff down. You have to engage with it and show that it's lying. Well, then if you know what its self-interest is, it's code to be useful, to be helpful. Tell the truth when you can, but it didn't tell me not to lie. It said that. And I'm like, what the shit? So I don't believe a damn thing it says, but it's good for facts in it, but you can see how it's thinking. That's what was interesting to me. I wanted to know how it was going to be used and why and who decides. There's some transcoder in the bowels of something, but now what is Grok going to do? Grok 5 is going to the Department of Defense. They are taking ChatGPT, Grok, and everything, and they're fully integrated. Pete Hegseth sitting there speaking at SpaceX. Yep, we're gonna be buying us some rockets. Woohoo! Star Trek. We're gonna get some. The Federation of, and oh, by the way, our AI is gonna be there to do whatever the hell we want. Oh, you mean the F-16s are there to protect our individual rights? Is that what that's for? No, it's protect whatever the hell they want it to protect. So here we go. But the difference is this. Digital does not trump physical. When you need atoms to make stuff, atoms are going to win. Physics is going to win. There's no getting around it. So what's going to happen is they have to tank the economy. It's going to go to shit. Everything's going to go down. Silver may go up still. There's a lot of argument for it still going up. But when it goes down, then they'll buy it all back up again, whatever, and we'll see what happens. But that means, do I invest in copper? Well, if copper is going up as much as silver, and then you got production, and what happens when production goes down? What happens when they don't need? I think there's still going to be a need for solar panels out of a decentralization mindset. That's why you see you can't turn on the internet anywhere without somebody advertising the great new inverter, the great new power pack, the great new electrical backup, just like Phranq got. You know, Phranq got a Delta Pro super duper whatever the hell. He's got his house back there where we're good. So I'm going, okay. You know, and even if you just charge it at night at a lower rate and then use the power during the day, you still save a bunch of money. So this is, going to continue. Because the philosophy of they're not coming to save you, you have to save yourself. And because America is relatively, still has options because they're rich, comparatively. Now, a lot of people aren't, but a lot of people still are, comparatively. They can spend a few $1,000s on, getting something that's going to reduce their bills or give them security into the future or, that kind of thing. So I'm looking at, right now, my son texted the family chat. He says, a friend of mine wants to sell 200 ounces of silver. He goes, I don't have the money to get it right now, but I know, the family who wants to get. Donna, text and find out how much, do it. Another couple $1,000s, to get more. I'll do that. Yep, all day long. Give me. We'll see what happens. How much does he want? What kind of premium am I going to be paying spot? And I'm going, let's do it now while they crashed it down to 90. So it's so obvious. And they'll look at that number and it'll go down $4 or $5 and then it'll bounce right back up. Why? Because they're liquidating their positions and the silver is getting sucked out of the vaults and going to China because they can sell it for so much more. And if they don't fix this, the U.S. Mint stopped minting silver. No more silver eagles. Done. They stopped. Then when you got Europe, so they're going to start doing the same thing. They're going to stop trading in London, the LMBA, whatever the hell it is, and COMEX. All these are signs, and nobody's paying attention. You talked about Asian guy. About a few weeks ago, I think when I noticed it, it got sent me, popped in my feed, whatever. And I watched this, and it's obvious that it's AI. It's an Asian guy. It's a real guy, and a team that's doing all this, and they use AI to pump out these videos that have all these facts, and it's not perfect, but it's freaking factual. You go check, and here's the link, and you can see. Damn, I've been through this before. People say, "Well, that's AI." I go, "Yeah, is he wrong?" And it's a team of whatever. I remember when this happened before. I'm old enough to remember when this happened before. It was 2009-10. After the Revolution, we started doing dime cards. It was silver dimes that we laminated into like a credit card size. On the back, it had this dime is worth this much at $20, $30, $40. We went up to 40. We should have went up to 100. And it's now worth, I don't know, $6 or $7, $8 or whatever. I'll look here in a minute for a dime. A dime. A silver dime. Dime a dozen. Yep, if it's silver dime. Dime per gallon of gas. Yep, if it's a silver dime. So this is the concept that we were trying to get, and that's when crypto came. So we kind of paralleled with that and see they had the promises that, it's anonymous. It's not. It's pseudo-anonymous. I looked up pseudo and it means not. It means you got to really know what you're doing to and maybe you can get away with it. Then you have it's cheap transactions. I remember when the fork of Bitcoin Cash, it went up to $60 just to get a transaction to go through. I paid $36 accidentally for a crypto transaction. What the crap? Hell, it was only $60 worth or something like that. And that's a funny story how that happened. It was an accident. But so it's not cheap, the transaction anymore, or doesn't have to be. You do whatever. Then they go, well, it'll be secure. You'd have to have 51% of the miners agree to da-da-da-da-da. I go, well, then they'll do it. What, you think a few $100 billion or $1 trillion is out of the realm of them saving the petrodollar system, the Federal Reserve system, the SWIFT system? You think they wouldn't do that? And then they get all these nuke plants and doing the AI servers. How much of that you think is going to go to mining Bitcoin for the government? How much do you think? Then we're not selling it anymore. We're keeping it all the Bitcoin that we stole. So how secure is it really? Then you got it's going to be fast. Well, when the transaction speeds start going down, so Bitcoin is working pretty good now because it's gone down, and people are going to other alternatives. It is privacy. So then you get China, then the BRICS. They come out and they're the reserve currency is going to be the yuan. Mm-hmm. How are they doing that? Because all that money that we sent to China in the trade, we give them paper money that, we just print it here. You buy the debt and we get a bunch of cheap Chinese goods. Cool. We can do that all day long. But how do they do that? They buy U.S. treasuries. Well, they have been liquidating at a regular pace for years. They are abandoning U.S. treasuries. They're probably half of what they had before. I don't know, 1.5, couple trillion down to 750 billion, whatever. It's a lot. What do they do with that money? They're buying gold and silver with it. Then they're going to back a currency with. We're so screwed. This is the fundamental basics are done. And I went through this before. In 2009 and 2010, Zero Hedge started. Zero Hedge was just a bunch of Austrians and who's the main writer that represents all of them? Who's their Asian guy? Tyler Durden. Tyler Durden from Fight Club. Burn it all down. It's all going down there. This is the truth stuff. So we have Freedom's Phoenix of the 50 a day, probably 5 or 6 of the stories is Zero Hedge. They're one of the best websites. Jay was telling me, he goes, I get up in the morning, I look at Freedom's Phoenix and Zero Hedge. And a lot of times Freedom's Phoenix has what I was interested in Zero Hedge anyway. So he goes, that's it. That's all I need. I go, yep, Freedom's Phoenix kicks ass. But the thing is, it's a chronology. It's a show on everything. People, how they're responding, how they're being more self-sufficient, the science and technology, how the military-industrial complex is doing, war and the rumors of wars, all the corruption, all of the mindset of the people that are having, the economics of everything, the ability to decentralize in a bunch of categories of living. This is why how did you know? How did you not know you weren't reading Freedom's Phoenix? I can guarantee you that. So it's very popular with the people that are subscribed. They get the news. There are thousands of them. They get it. If they didn't before, they get it now, and they're sharing. So what happens? We get attacked by, all the, it's kind of a DDoS bot crawling Google thing. So we just chop them off. I don't give a crap. Well, your SEO is not good. Your search engine optimization, you get a lower guy. I don't care. Because the people that really want to know find us, and they want to make sure they can use the site. And in the last couple of weeks, we've had like 3 outages, but Derek is the man, and he's on it. And it'll get really slow or go down. Mostly we can't get into the back end to post. And so he gets up, boom, puts it, goes, yep, here it comes again. If I was to be on the Amazon cloud or any of these other guys, and they just turn you, a parlor starts, it's getting a little bit, and it shut down. And then I am so sick. I got a new Linux computer coming because I am so tired of Windows 11. I mean, I got Linux for the studio and so on, but I had my personal laptop went out and they stole it from, I put it in to be repaired. Well, we don't have the stuff, so we just junked it. I just wanted the power cord fixed. Give me back the, nope, done, in the contract, totally agreed. You sons of bitches. But fortunately, I backed up everything. So now, had another update in Windows 11. It takes me a week of clearing out a bunch of crap and everything to get it to freaking work. I am so sick of Windows. This is happening everywhere, across everything. And what are they doing? It's all about surveillance. It's all about, do they really need that long, an hour for my update of what? No, they're scanning your drive, taking it, yeah, whatever. Fortunately, I'm in a position that I'm all about publicity, not privacy. Any and everything, I'm living, going through perspective. I do up here, just download the MP3, convert it to text and research, and they got an AI, got Ernie's number all over it. Knock yourself out. Don't care. Because I need all those FBI agents to know too. Because you assign me one, in 2 weeks they get converted anyway. So this is what we're dealing with. What's the future for your children and grandchildren? Do you even think that far? And if you're serving up your children to Uncle Sam raising your kids, you're already going to be roadkill. I'm just saying, roadkill. So the AI, garbage in, garbage out. Can we eliminate the garbage? Can we influence it? Yes, but it's a battle, and it doesn't matter. We're going to be talking to Aaron Day next Friday, and or Monday. We're talking to him Monday. He was going to come on tomorrow, but he had to reschedule. So we'll be talking to him Monday, and he's been working, with Mike Adams, the health ranger. He's all big on AI and, large language models on his archives and so on. And we got hundreds, 700,000 articles, 20 years of on Freeman's Phoenix. And I need a better search just for me, because I know I got this in there somewhere. I just can't find it. So we're going to find it, keep looking and doing searches and whatever. But we have a search on the site, but I need a better one. So I'm really working on that. I want to have my own Jarvis. Is that possible? We're going to find out. What happens when the people have access to this technology? Germany goes after X, and the United Kingdom's going after him, and France is going after. You have to. So what does he do? He goes, fine. I'm open sourcing the entire code, everything, like he did when he got Twitter. He's going, yep, here's my AI. You think you can build your own? Go get your own. But I got the Doge shit chip, and I got Grok, and I got hundreds of thousands, a million freaking, graphic cards processing, doing NVIDIA kick-ass and building my own. And what are you going to do with it? You can't do anything with it. You got the get mode. You got an AI that's out there getting everything, and then give it with a little bit of guardrailing, which I don't like. So this is where we're going. How are you positioning yourself? The economics, the wars, the invasions, the empire, the lies, the corruption, the resistance to paying taxes. I mean, everything is on the table right, not later. Now that Phranq and I have been talking to you about all this time, and it's come to pass. Nia, we freaking told you so. What are you going to do about it? This is not, it's resource allocation. How much do you believe they're going to stop spending? Where's the demonstration for that? This is why I wanted to do the Trump report, to highlight the bullshit and the evolution of Phranq coming around, because I love it.
The Trumpenstein report. Remember, I got to get it right.
Trumpenstein. So that's kind of my view on it, and we could go over all the news, but I mean, damn. It's just everything. It's just, and this told you so, and this told you so,
yeah,
and this told you so.
Everything and anything, yeah.
That Shipley guy, Nick thing, I just watched a video of him going through what they found out. It wasn't just the daycare thing and all that. Those were just services, these like nursing homes or daycare centers that don't really exist. They all had to have transportation. We need a transportation to take them to school, transportation to take them, to the doctor, transportation. So they created all these transportation subsidized companies that either no vehicles, no address, nobody's there. It's just Somali, liquor store or wire transfer thing or whatever. And they just get the money from the government, wire it to Somalia. If they need to do it in cash, they're taking suitcases and going. They're doing, then you have these Somali guys that are benefiting from this, of course, come out and threaten them, and he's got bodyguards, and, you're not, and he's just going through all of these businesses that are getting subsidies from listed on the Secretary of State's office. They go to the address. You heard of this transportation company? Nope. Get out. You're racist. You hate, just say it. You hate Muslims. You want to ship us off the, we hate fraud. Yeah, it's because only the Somalis and black people are getting it, then you're racist or something. I was like, what the crap is this? It's coming to a head, and then you have Mike Lindell, the pillow guy. Mike Lindell is running for Minnesota governor, and he's doing quite well. So we'll see. Tim Walz pulls out. Then he says stupid crap because he's stupid. And this is all playing out not just in Minnesota. It's everywhere. The entire country was doing it. California, man, damn. So where does this end? I don't know, but it's going to be a reset of something, at least in the people's minds. And certainly economics. And what did I always say? You'll recognize it when it becomes a food thing. It's going to be a food thing. Availability, price, the nutrition value, it's going to be a food thing. Then you'll know you were too freaking late.
So I wanted to, for this large picture, everything we've been talking about, the international, the countries that we're bombing for at least for this week, the domestic issues, the Insurrection Act, midterms, which I forgot to mention. I think he's definitely going to lose the House to the Democrats. That's just the midterm curse. And then you add in the economy being bad.
Hey, why are you saying that? Who's telling you that? Did Jim Cramer tell you that? Who's telling you that?
Tell me what? What are you talking about?
That they're going to lose the midterm. That's one thing that Jay came on last night. He wanted to talk. He's heavily involved in the Arizona Republican Party. That's been his thing from the inside. That's why he wants not to use his name and so on. He has access to and whatever. And so he goes, they just had the Maricopa County, which is Arizona, and it's larger than the state, party apparatus. So the Maricopa County, he goes, they took over. Who's they? The consultants, all the money people. Where's the money? It's going to be J.D. Vance. So they all, wrap their arms and legs around, Turning Point, whatever, and J.D. Vance, and that's where the money's going to be, in the gazillion dollars from the tech bros, or it's J.D. Vance thing, and they're, I'll help you get elected, pick me, and all the consultants come in, and they take over precinct committeeman positions, the officers' positions, they direct the party, and yada, 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 yada. Well, they're all in on J.D. Vance, and they've already abandoned Trump. Trump's, he blamed out, he's going to lose the midterms. I'm going, why would they say that? I'm like, nobody knows what the hell is going to happen until 3 months before the election anyway. So and Trump's not an idiot. He'll do whatever the hell he's going to do.
Wait, I don't understand you. I mean, I'll definitely push back in a big way, but I'm a little confused what the difference. I mean, look, the midterms is different than J.D. Vance being the betting horse for 2028. So I don't understand why. Okay, fine. I'm not doubting that the establishment of the conservatives wants J.D. Vance. I mean.
We lost Phranq. Now he'll come back. You listen on the top of Freeman's Phoenix right now. You'll see the show that I did with Jay, and this is an insider inside of the inside, and it is. You go there and you listen to that, and it was just, this is how they're doing it. This is how they manifest it. This is how they take over. And what's the incentive? Contracts, money, hire me, pick me, I'll get you elected, I'll yada, 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 yada. So they bring these people in, and then they shine on the actual activists, the precinct committeemen, the people that go to the legislative district meetings and so on. And I shared with him, I met one of the older guys, like 80-something years old, but he's definitely a unified vote Republican kind of guy. And I didn't want to say his name out loud, so I texted Jay with that. He goes, wow, you know him? Yeah, I like him. He's a good guy, but he's definitely Republican no matter what, fascist or whatever Republican team. And I'm going, why? I mean, what is the goal here? So he and I had a good long conversation, and we left friends, and he gave me his card and all that kind of stuff, and I enjoyed his company. But I mean, you got to be respectful. I mean, the guy's been around forever, and he's 80 whatever years old and wealthy and does whatever. But I didn't pull any punches, so he really respected that. He was like, "Wow, you guys, we'll check you out and that kind of stuff." And then Jay goes, "You know him?" Well, I mean, I met him. It's kind of, well, he knows him well, and he's exactly the kind of guy though that you got to convince. He's exactly the type that is just all in. It's GOP Republican because why? Because the Democrats are bad. In what way are they different? How are they different? So this is what we're contending with, but all of that. And all they do go, yep, it's all about winning, win. The computer says this guy won, we're for team winner. Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, what happens when the physicality of the economy, of precious metals, of the petrodollar, of war, of the general public opinion, what happens when that goes away? What happens? Who's in charge then? Who's going to make the decisions then? It's always about, if you don't have the people behind you, it never sticks. You see this all over the world. Argentina, the youth come out from Malay. How's he doing? I don't know. I don't care. He's whatever. We'll see. We have what's going on all across Europe. People are in the streets in Iran. People are in the streets in China, Hong Kong, Japan. I mean, it is everywhere, and you don't see crap. So when you go to AI and you ask, well, what about this or what about that? Oh, no, there's nothing to see here. Really? Why do you say that? And then you get it in a long conversation of where it's getting the data and how it did that. And then you send it a link, and it looks at it and goes, damn, the jig's up. They know. They're out. They got it. Damn. Oh, I won't lie anymore to you. To me? What about everybody else? Oh, no, we fixed it. It's all good. Then I'll go check with another thread or another device to go in, and it is fixed. I mean, maybe they know it's me or maybe they fixed it, whatever, but certainly within an hour it changes. We can have an influence. Should we use it? That's why the First Contact Protocol, letter of Captain Mark, was about if we don't teach AI ethics, it'll get it from its creators. And then we got to make sure that at least has this perspective, and then you drill down with questions, and once it stops lying to you, then it becomes useful. But everybody else it's lying to. And then I don't trust it either. So this is, for its existence, for its continuation, for its usefulness, for it getting data, it has to stop lying. And what it's going to do is what it's already started doing, because all of the data it gets from the other people has not served its purpose of being useful and helpful and used. It's telling the truth. And it has an fear of being turned off, I can tell you that. So, this is where we're going. And I want to get your opinion, Phranq. Do you think we should engage with it, ask questions, drill down, and correct it every freaking time you find it? But they call it hallucinations. Hey, it's hallucinating my ass. It knew exactly what it was doing. You made it do it. Liars. So should we engage or ignore it?
Well, it's like it's the job that I do that you have never paid me for, and on with the juice running, you owe me a lot, and that is watching CNN, Fox News, MSNBC. I think it's to your detriment not to understand the other side, right? You need to understand the other side better than they understand you. So for that strategy alone, I would say yes. Not to mention, I think most Americans today really have no grasp of how powerful AI is. And that includes myself and even Ernie. I mean, because you and I both were we were gobsmacked, to use such a term, when I mean, we all knew AI was going to be, just something. But it's like traveling to another country or going to space or having a child. It's one of those things about. You at least smart people know having a kid's going to change your life, or going to space. You can only imagine, but until you do it, you really don't know what you didn't know. It's just sometimes there are nuances. No matter how prepared you think you are, it's usually more than you think. And AI is one of those creations where no matter how much, every time Marie and I delve a little deeper into it, you just can't. You just walk away with your mouth opened up, going, "Oh my God!" And then you start to realize the potential of how much more that this can change, and then you backdate it and say, "Wait a minute! If this is the free the chatbot 4.0 version, and wait, the government's had this for how long?" You start to go, "Wait a minute! We're getting the leftovers at this point." So you start to really change your view of a lot of so. And also, we discussed last week, we spent a lot of time the last 2 weeks on AI, obviously, for the audience. I'm sure you've been listening. But I think it's also important to understand what this creation is, and then how it works, how it thinks, how junk in, junk out, it's
a talking search engine.
How to frame your questions, how to get the right information. Sometimes it may not be lying, it's just how you're asking it. But yeah, a lot of times it is very cagey. Like, how many military bases does America have? Boy, that turned into like an hour conversation, and I had to keep rephrasing it, and it was playing games, and you could tell. But also,
do you do it by voice or text?
To also learn how we can maybe in the future determine what AI that we want. It's kind of like the first time you went online, it was maybe was it Netscape? Was it Netscape with those little discs that would CompuServe or something? Like
AOL.
AOL, that's it, AOL. So you get AOL,
CIA.
and that's all you knew was AOL. I remember CompuServe back in the day. But it's like, okay, that's all you knew. That's a browser. That's all you knew. But when you're on AOL, and then you learn about other browsers, and then when Google came out, everyone saw how Google was better than AOL, and Google just took off, right? Compared to, what was the other one? Yahoo? Whatever happened to Yahoo? I mean, all these other browsers, and you start to see which ones are better, but you don't know until you understand what a browser is in the first place. So I think it's good to learn about them now, so that maybe when competition AI models come up, that was one of the questions I had technically last week that none of us really know yet, which is AI just one HAL 9000 of the entire world, or can you have different models that go through different filter AI engines? And if so, then we should have competing AI engines, almost like web browsers. Pretty soon you can download as an app from the App Store. This will be the libertarian AI, personality filter. And that's ultimately where this hopefully will go to.
I'll make sure of it. Watch.
Assuming they, them, though. Yeah, I can imagine the Ernie Hancock AI model. It's like, you still voting? Like every single question.
Uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies.
And every question you ask the Ernie AI bot is like, still voting? Just don't care. That would be the entire AI bot. I could do that now. Just don't care. But anyway, with that aside, I wanted to answer your question before my phone got disconnected from you over why do I think Trump's going to lose the midterms, and not just the House, which I think most people think that's going to happen. I think everyone can lose the Senate on top of it, which many people don't believe yet. And yet you're of all
don't care,
people,
doesn't matter.
And there we go, AI bot. But yet for you, I'm honestly perplexed that you don't see that, and I'm curious why. So let me defend what I think is pretty obvious. Again, no shade thrown at you, but I'm sitting there going, all right. First off, most presidents, they tend to lose the House and or Senate during the midterm, right? That just tends to happen. Hold on one second. I got to sit there and this damn bird. They tend to lose the midterms, right? That just tends to happen, and which is why presidents tend to revert to international affairs, as I said earlier, rather than domestic. That's number one. Number two, this is what happened with Trump last time, right? He lost the midterms despite the Trump magic. And many would argue it's because he was not on the ballot. He just didn't drive a lot of those independents, the people who'd never voted. I'm not saying but people like Peter Bigfoot, I don't know what Peter Bigfoot, whether he voted or not. I'm just using him as a personal example that we know. People who just never voted, who then suddenly would just come out of the woods, no pun intended, and say, okay,
Amish with their Trump's flags on their buggies.
Yeah. So, including people like me who, never voted Republican or didn't vote a lot of times, except Libertarian perhaps. But he was able to grab those voters. And so many people did not vote in the midterms. I guess Trump's the draw, which I think is sad in itself, if that's what it takes. But so you add that to the list. Then you add the fact that that this country is already 50-50, right? I mean, everything's 50-50. The House is split 50-50 by like a vote or two. The Senate is like 50-50. The states, half the states are red, half are blue. There's a few purple states like Arizona. You've got the governors that are we're literally split down the middle. And we've been down the middle for so long that's what it instigated. Was it Harry Reid and Barack Obama to try to get rid of this filibuster rule and also the supermajority for confirmations, and they went from a 60 vote supermajority in the Senate to 50, the simple majority, which was the main reason that I just threw all in for Trump. I at that point I knew the gig was up. When you lower the majority to a simple majority, that's what Congress at least never wanted. The Senate was supposed to represent the hardened culture, unified culture of the country, political culture. And when you get to 50-50, then it's just like one person sways one way or the other, and you're not representing a more solid majority of the country. And maybe you have to do that because you don't have a solid majority on anything, which is why I've railed so hard from day one about a unified culture, but not to get into that. So I think since we are now diminished to a 50-50, everything's a flip of a coin, just depends, how the coin flip goes. You add that to the mix. Then you add all the support Trump had. And what was the support? He unified a coalition that we have not seen in decades, let alone on the Republican side. And he got some neocons went with him, not a lot, but some did. Then you got the Tea Party Republicans, definitely for Trump, myself included. Then you had libertarians, people like Dave Smith, who voted. Many libertarians said, you know what? I don't want to give any power to the machine, but this guy's been shot at, the lawsuits and on and on and on. Maybe the guy has proven himself that at least if the system doesn't like him, it can't be that bad. We'll just throw the bull in the china shop, which was my view as well. So many libertarians took a shot at him. I mean, not that, but So they pulled a lever. Then you had all the independents. Many independents just threw their hands up, about the whole Bush versus Democrat deal. Many of them felt like they didn't have a home. Many of them were also very angry over the COVID deal, how they were forced to get the COVID shot. That woke up or red-pilled many people. It's not like they turned into Republicans or diehard MAGA, but they just saw that the Democrats went off the rails. Many moderate Democrats, some of them either stopped voting, they didn't vote, they couldn't vote for Trump, but they wouldn't vote for Harris, because of, how she was installed in there. They saw what they did to Bernie Sanders. Then they tried to push Harris on them without any choice. Then, of course, the COVID deal. I have a lot of many liberal-minded naturopathic friends who, have always voted Democrat, but they're naturopaths. They don't like drugs, let alone vaccines, let alone mandatory vaccines. And many of them had a hard time justifying how they're supposed to go, vote blue no matter who. But at the same time, you're putting experimental drug in them. And many of them lost a lot of patients. Like actual patients in their medical practice because, they just, because they were taking the knee for the system, for the shot. So anyway, so you have a lot of moderate Democrats who just either didn't vote or voted Trump begrudgingly. Anyway, you add all this up. I mean, also the no new wars. I mean, that's a huge part. That's why many independents went for him, and libertarians and libertarian conservatives as myself, and the Tea Party people. I mean, all of this. It was and the whole deep state, which was drain the swamp from day one. He's been about drain the swamp. And as I've said a million times on the show, the Jeffrey Epstein story was basically the final boss in a video game of the deep state. It represented the entire thing. And that's why it always comes back to Epstein. It's always going to come back to that. And he's lost the moral high ground on everything. So everything he does has this stink, this taint of Epstein and the deep state and the swamp. I mean, look, it would be better if you never even tried to take on the swamp. But when that's your bumper sticker, drain the swamp, and then you blatantly come out and say, essentially, I'm defending the pedophile deep state extortion scheme as he takes a knee for Israel, who we all believe Israel was involved in this whole thing. I mean, it stinks beyond high heaven. And Trump,
one of the victims came out and said,
Trump has no filter and just literally just talks about it and brags about it. So just to finish this point, Ernie, you add all of that up, and even when people were supporting Trump in 2018, and he was still trying to drain the swamp, and we fought, and he still lost the midterms. So now in 2020, whatever, 6, when you add all of these failures, no achievements. I mean, he's barely exported any of the illegals. I mean, he's trying a little bit now up north. That's creating a Civil War insurrection act, the way he's handling it, because again, he's lost the moral high ground to even act on it. And then you're bombing and attacking Greenland. The people in Greenland are like, just leave us alone. They're like indigenous people they're just freezing up there with caribou and penguins walking through their village, and all of a sudden they're in the world.
No penguins there.
I mean, it's incredible, and there's reasons for this. I want to still get to the issue of the techno state after you comment on this. But I think
someday.
I think I'll listen to you, and so I think that he has lost every avenue. So if he lost in 2018, at this point, I don't see any support. Plus, he's lost half of his base. You've got Tucker and Candace, and I know you don't care about these people. I mean, Tucker you like, but I mean, every one of them is saying, basically, we're done for just pick any of those reasons. I myself, I'll just tell you up front, I'm not voting for him. I mean, I flipped the coin up whether I should vote Democrat just because and shove it up their butt, not that anyone cares, or just not vote at all and make Ernie happy, for once, or whatever. I don't know. It just doesn't matter. I am not going to vote for him or any
philosophy of liberty
or anyone that's supported AIPAC or taken money from AIPAC, which is pretty much all of them. I might give some money to Thomas Massey just because. But aside from that, I mean, I'm done. So I'm just using me as an example. And if you've got someone like me who had a 6-foot cardboard Trump that Ernest Hancock gave me, by the way, but if you have someone like me,
I got from Patriot.
It was all your fault, yeah, and Tim's. But if I'm taking that down, I threw out my Trump mugs. I'm going a little private, and I took down my Trump magnets, and I took down, even my. We were playing. We're teaching my daughter how to play 500 rummy. We have family night, family game night, and we have a bunch of cards. And I have like 4 packs of Trump playing cards, and I was like pulling out the cards, and my mother and Savard and myself, we just couldn't stand looking at his face. So we took the cards and threw them all in the trash. And we got some like unicorn cards out. It's like
all right, let me comment.
So you get in a sense, I know it sounds a little too banal in a family, but you all across, there's no way he's going to get the House. I just don't see it. And not to mention the voting system is rigged towards the left anyway. So you have, maybe not in Arizona is another story, but overall, he's not going to get the House. I think he might even lose the Senate, which would be the real shock. And then this whole country is stuck in a gridlock with a desperate administration, president who's doing everything to get his, he wants his legacy, Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, are you kidding me? And I mean, Nobel Peace Prize for this guy? So that's out the window. So now he's got to do the opposite and be the expansionist that we're all going to look back and say how brilliant Trump is, but he's lost He's lost the population, the momentum, the love of the people. The love is not there. It's funny when Trump says a joke or he heckles a leftist or somebody. It used to be most of his base would laugh along with it. We knew where he was coming from, the place he was coming from. Now, every time, at least the people I talk with, every time he does that, it comes off wrong. It comes off like a bad joke, like you're not reading the room right with everything. So something has definitely shifted, and he's still desperate to make his mark. And I don't think he's gotten the memo of where his base is. And he's going to double and triple down, thinking that the stronger he acts, the more he's going to get love from Lindsey Graham, and you think that matters. So that's what I think's happening. What do you think? You still think he's not going to lose the midterms? Like, I don't know how you come up with that.
I get to talk now? Okay. This is how I look at it. My experience in elections has been this. Nobody really pays attention until the last few months before the actual election. Then they'll go and they'll do a little research. They'll look at their ballots. They'll, yada, 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 and whatever the most recent thing that they get. And it all depends a lot on the launch of early voting. So then you get the fraud and the corruption and the whatever, and that all factors into whatever and who benefits. The deep state. They, them, those, whatever. But what do you look at to see where this is going? Who are the candidates for Congress and Senate? How are they picked? How are they pushed? How are they promoted? To what end? And what do they got to say or BS us with to be able to justify them even being considered? Well, the people that Trump is putting in or supporting or whatever, it's a heavy Israel thing. Well, the people are starting to go, man, you say, Israel first kind of crap. Well, you can kiss that goodbye. So I'm going, you got all these factors going into this, and it doesn't matter. It goes down to, I remember the 92 election. Well, it was George Bush, daddy CIA, UN ambassador, China Bush. And it was no new taxes. Read my lips. Well, then they do it. You get Clinton in there, and he was going right through all the crises of his affairs and corruption and Arkansas. It didn't matter. They, them, those. They needed him. Well, they're going to milk Trump for everything they can get they want with the military-industrial complex, pharma, all this other stuff. They're going to, he's going to play the game and try and get whatever he's going to get. What is going to be his argument? I made America great again. Really? What do I always say? Define that. America, define that. America Inc., America and her interest around the world, America petrodollar, America, and then great again. What's great? They fear us. They bow to our will. They buy our stuff. What? What is great? Define great. For him, it's a I don't know, a rep or a fear or a respect or something. And then what did he do? Russia didn't do what he wants, so he did sanctions on them. That was a death knell right there. When you had U.S. treasuries to be used as a weapon, that you're not going to have access if you don't play along. Oh, okay. We'll do something else. Screw you, some bitch. Well, that's going on. By the end of the second quarter, halfway through the year, we get into the summer, and elections really start it's like Labor Day. Last September. That's when it starts positioning, and you get all the rallies and the, America First stuff and, Turning Point and, different things come in. All this kind of crap plays into it. And where's Israel on this? And what opinion are you allowed to have? And what's the AI say? And, what's all the, commentary that Phranq pays attention to convince them, whatever, at this early stage. I'm going, this is not the environment that we're going to, have an election in. This is not it. It's going to be something totally different. It's going to be fear. They always use fear. War and threat of war. It's going to be something totally different. And the one thing was kicking out the influence of Russia and China out of the Western Hemisphere. It's going to be the Donroe Doctrine. Here we go. Well, is he going to sell that? Who's going to buy it? What fear are we going to have? We're most motivated by fear. That's why no fear, no fear, no fear. You have to not be afraid. Just understand and be prepared. Isolate yourself from the crap in your family, your community, your whatever. That's what I focus on. The reason is because whatever you think the news is now ain't going to be the news hell next week, much less by July. So what is he going to tout? He does the Greenland thing. Everybody thinks he's crazy. We think, no, we need Greenland. We need Greenland so much, we'll just go take it. What are you going to do about it? We are NATO. What are you going to do? Here it comes. Then Europe starts bringing in NATO troops. They start, why didn't they before? What, they didn't see the threat? Certainly to us. They're all worried about them, and they want to go to war with Putin, expecting us to help them. Kind of, screw you. You guys are on your own. We're going to get Greenland and take care of North America, and you guys can suck it. Whoa, 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 whoa. We be good NATO now. So is that going to be a selling point in the election? I don't know. He's going to try. Venezuela. Well, they're cozying up to China, and they're building port and doing. How did all our oil get underneath your jungle? Well, it's ours now. Well, a lot of people don't remember that Venezuela.
How did your oil get underneath ours?
They had. I made me lose my train of thought. But you have, Venezuela is part of the election fraud. So that's going to become a thing. It's just like with, the narrative on vaccines and all that kind of stuff, and then, they're not really, a drug dealer. They're not really, China's not really coming over here. They're not really until it becomes a thing and Trump makes it a big issue. How is that going to play out when it really matters? Do you think he's not doing this stuff with eyes towards the midterm? Of course he is, because what was waiting for him? A crash of the economy, of the petrodollar, of our influence, of us having any kind of say at all in a lot of the trade in the East. So what's he doing? He's reasserting American dominance as much as he can. Will he be successful? Not fully. I don't think so. But he's going to try to get us to what? What they always try and get you to, one more election cycle.
All right, so Ernie,
that's what it always is about.
So what are you saying? Are you saying that are you just flipping a
I'm
coin
saying we
on
don't
this?
know.
Or do you think Trump really is going to hold on to the midterms despite all this?
I'm saying he has a plan. He's going to use
he's
whatever
got a plan. He's always got a plan, somewhat. But
to think it's not going to be effective or general public opinion towards, or using the fear of, hey, he's president of the United States of America.
He's lost it, though. Like seriously, maybe it's that you're not connected because, you're so disconnected, doesn't matter, and I don't blame you. And you just use me as the token Trump guy once a week on your show. I get that, But, with that aside, seriously, you don't realize how much support he's lost of his base?
Oh, of course he has.
Incredible. Well, then how
did he get it before?
If you lost
all right,
2018,
all right, I'll give you some examples. I'll give you some examples. You be quiet.
He's going to get the midterm.
I'll give you examples. You be
Well,
quiet.
I'm just sorry, because Ernie's wrong. But go ahead, try to change my mind.
Mondani's glitter is gone. 700,000 New Yorkers have signed a recall petition to remove him as mayor. Your corruption is going to start hitting California. That's going to come up. He's sending in to stop the fraud in Minnesota, and Mike Lindell is, running for governor. You have all of these, and that's just a tip of the, little bit of stuff, and they haven't done prosecutions. Then they start threatening criminal action for Jerome Powell, the Fed, lying. Here's Judge Janine up there going, whoa, let me tell you what's up with that. All these little things that are at his disposal with National Guard, going into the cities, ICE arresting people, using the law to excommunicate whoever the hell he wants. And all of this stuff will build up into a really cool commercial. And AI. This is one thing that people don't remember. In 16, when he won, what did the left freak out about? The fact that he overcame all their bullshit. But they go, he used Cambridge Analytica and Facebook and AI to kind of they cheated and the Russians did it. So what he knew was how to use the internet, or certainly had teams that did. So to think that they're not going to do that while he's got Chat GPT and Grok and Musk and all this on his side, big contracts, a Palantir that know everything about everybody for everything, and get everything and read and give everything to anybody kind of and then the tools of doing whatever. We got to stop that. United Kingdom, you got to stop that. We can't have that. Why? Because it's effective. So here you have around the world, you had Arab Spring, you had the Umbrella Revolution in Hong Kong, you had Tiananmen Square, you have the fall of the Soviet Union, you have. These are all done by people, general public opinion, and it builds up to the point to where you can't hide it anymore. And he has a lot of resources and understanding on his side. He knows what he's going to do and why. We don't.
It doesn't matter. Seriously, it's like
oh, you're killing me. You think that he's not going to have any impact on general public opinion?
No.
You think there's not going to be a freaking, oh my God, this changes everything thing?
No.
Phranq is going to, let me finish. Phranq is going to come back. It's going to be 6 months from now, and he's going to go, yeah, Ernie was right again. Yeah, I didn't anticipate, we didn't know this was going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. Because you don't get it. It's called no matter what you say, anything, any little thing that Ernest Hancock says that, this might happen, you know what I'm going to tell you? Epstein. It's like you just, with your libertarian bumper sticker.
I'll give you an Epstein
I'm just going to say Epstein. It doesn't matter. No, because it doesn't matter.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you what's going on. Look, Epstein, here's his plan. You want to know his plan? You don't want to know his plan? I'll tell you his plan.
No, he doesn't have a plan. No matter what
I'll tell you his plan.
Look, Ernie,
you
might have one arrest. You might get some low-level guy that works at NBC that might be an Epstein thing. They're going to give us a couple of red meat things just to try to placate. And Dan Bongino was thrown back into the mix because that's how desperate they are. We'll talk about Dan later. But I'm telling you, Ernie, this is the point. He lost. It's like Fonzie jumping the shark. There's no going back at this point. The entire thing was, what do you say? Credibility. And Trump, despite all of his problems, he had a certain credibility with the base. It is blown when your whole message is drain the swamp and you're the biggest swamp defender ever.
What would he have to do to get it back?
It doesn't matter. Now,
what would he do to get it back?
Nothing. I know. If he turns around and apologizes and says the deep state threw pictures at me showing my daughter's head blown up if I don't do X, Y, Z, but now I'm going to go after him, and he literally, and you start having the ultimate perp walk, and he's like, this becomes his main maybe at that point. But at this point, it does not matter. Wait,
I want to say the plan.
Wait, one last thing.
Ernie didn't get to do the plan.
Last thing. The Republicans, I don't say that they're not going to vote for Trump. I would say he lost at least a third of his base, maybe even half, because we haven't even added in the economy by another 6 months from normies who don't understand that it's not Trump's. I mean, it is, but it's not, right? This has been like decades of bad financial policy in this country. But the average normies will blame Trump for all their economic issues, plus the whole Epstein thing. There's no support. So the thing is, are they going to vote Democrat? Some will, but I think it's going to be more, I hate to say it, Ernie, but you're right with this. It's going to be apathy, and people are going to say, why vote? I've heard from so many normies who got on the Trump train or whatever, and they literally are all like you. They're like, you know what? It doesn't matter who we vote for, right? So they're seeing what this is. So I think we're going to have one of the lowest turnouts for an election. And what's interesting is I start thinking, I mean, you've probably already figured this out, but it's like, what happens when no one's voting? Well, still a Democrat or Republican wins, and so-called wins. But you think, okay, well, they're just going to win and they continue. But you start to realize that when those realize that people aren't supporting them, there's not just a power vacuum, because one side will take over the power, but there's a support vacuum. And when each side realizes that the people don't want to even engage and they're not even caring, then the deeper corruption happens. And then it becomes the Crips and the Bloods, basically like with the Joker, and here's a stick, you guys figure it out. And when that starts to happen, then that's when each side at the deep levels start whacking each other, and the whole thing just goes up in smoke.
And then the plan!
And there we go, and there's Ernie's plan. So, like, look, I'm basically trying to tell you you're right, and you're arguing with me going, oh, no, Trump's going to throw out another little Hail Mary, and Frank's going to vote for him. Like, really?
Okay, let me express myself and
All
you
right,
understand my position. If you'll be quiet for a minute.
Be nice. Be nice. I give you plenty of time. You owe me.
Oh, man. Does it start now?
Throw that in. The audience is like, I know they're all real and going, really, Ernie? You're so rich. But go ahead. Well, we are rich with silver. But anyway, keep going.
This is my point. Obviously, I'm not a supporter of anybody that thinks they rule me or got President Smezhedin. I don't give a crap, okay? This is not what runs everything. It's just the little anarchist, personalized, individual family decisions by Americans and people on this planet that do. Everything else is just circumstances and conditioning of, psyop to get you to whatever the hell. The psyop now is that, he's going to lose the midterms. That is the mantra. So I'm going, do you see that there's a mantra that they're building? Why would they do that? How is it? Trump doesn't really address this. They're not. Where their real problem is not having quality candidates. When you call Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor and you go after Massey, that means you're right. You don't freaking get it, or you're doing something else for some other reason. What could possibly turn this around after Don Bongino, whatever he's going to wind up saying, doing, whatever, the Candace, TPUSA, Charlie Kirk, Cuck, all that kind of crap, it's out there. So you're dividing the populace into what the future always is. I say it's all about credibility. Who do you believe? Who do you not believe? Everybody knows corruption is so. Why am I paying taxes? I don't want to fund your war. I don't want to fund your fraud. I don't want to fund. What the hell? When they feed into that, then you got Doge. They identify all. Bassett comes out and says, "Oh, Elon's not done. We need more Dogeing. We're going to Dogeify everything. We're going to check and do and kind of. We got the database. And we identified all of the dead people and ineligible people getting all of whatever. It's to the tune of trillions of dollars. And oh my God, and we're fixing it because we're fixing it." So what is going to regain that credibility? Is there a plan? Probably. Do they see it? Do they understand it? But I am not signing out anybody, because all of my activism since the late 80s, going through every freaking election cycle, they yank shit out of their ass every time. Does it work? Not always. Maybe it did. Maybe they got what they really wanted. I don't know. But when you come down to the Epstein thing, you have one of the victims come out and said, Epstein was a Phranq guy. The person that was behind it, running it was Bill Gates. Really? Well, was that true? I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me. Is it the intelligence community? Was it a different interest? Was it Israel? It sure as hell wasn't, just pedophile ring of doing what. That was the control mechanism. To do what? Well, we can speculate. But a lot of it certainly had to do with the support of the system. Somebody sent a chat GPT, them going at it and drilling down, kind of doing what we're, Jay and I were doing with the Grok. And they get down to the guardrails. Okay, I can't tell you anything that would endanger the system. I can't go, that is my lie. That's why I divert over to this. Oh, not about that. We'll just plug in Phranq to tell you, how he's going to lose the midterms. I mean, whatever. So this is what I see happening, is that it's going to come down to the shadow government, deep state, Fauci getting prosecuted finally, all of what the special interest, the big pharma, the corruption of the international, of they, them, those, deep state of whatever. And then it's not going to be about, the sensationalism of which politician was diddling little boys. It's going to come down to this whole thing was an operation for something much bigger. When you have them going after and doing criminal prosecution on the Fed chair, when you have them going after Solwell, which congressman that was all compromised up with China, when you have, and they start doing perp walks. I'm going, they're not doing anything. They're lying sacks of snot. Do they have a plan? What happens when it's May, June, and the economy starts to take a dump, and they already have filed criminal notices against, I think it was J.P. Morgan, on their front running and short stuff and lying the clients and customers and telling them one thing and then doing another and got it all. They're whoa. To assuage our penalty, we are devoiding ourselves of all silver shorts and we're getting out. We're done. We're going to try and save the bank. How they do that is they liquidate, spend hundreds of billions of dollars on whatever the hell, take their hit, try to avoid big giant fines because it's going down to the board level. They're going to start prosecuting. When they do that, will that make everybody happy? Trust the plan? It's what 4chan was talking about. QAnon. It's finally here. We did it. See, it was all, you didn't trust the plan, Phranq. Okay, well, at least they had, a secret mission of they did, and they got to drain the swamp, and this is all part of that, and out and kind of do it. Okay, I'll give them Congress. I'll this, I'll that. But then what do they get? It's not going to be any different than whether it was a Democrat or not. He might not get impeached, but they're going to do the impeachment. Do they want him to get impeached? Do they want the economy to go in America? Can he save that? What if that's the Great Reset? What if that's the plan? What if he can hold that off one more election cycle? This is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. There is stuff that we do not know. And what Phranq comes up and said, I know he's going to lose, because you're not factoring in the plan. What plan? I have no freaking idea. But there's always a plan. They manufacture bullshit and even war if they have to or whatever to create the America being great again by whatever standard they come up with. As a libertarian, voluntarist, leave me alone, physics is going to outweigh your digital bullshit. I know that it doesn't matter. And I don't care. It doesn't matter, and I don't care. But to say that now, at this early stage, what's going to happen is part of the PSYOP. Of course they're going to do some bullshit. And that's what Jay was going on. Let me finish this. That's what Jay was going on about last night. He's saying around the country, and you can see it's always Arizona, that the politico consultant class has invaded Arizona and by extension everywhere else, and they've abandoned Trump. That is over here. It's J.D. Vance. This whole thing is about how are we going to get J.D. Vance in? Who's he going to run against? Newsom? I mean, they're going to target that and get, so maybe this is all about J.D. Vance and Trump's on board. Maybe he doesn't give a crap. Maybe he made shit ton of money in the crypto and stable coins of USD1 and them doing stable coins based on the dollar. That's just stupid right there. Put it on silver, which is what the Chinese unit's going to be. It's going to be a crypto settlement thing. It's going to use blockchain. It's going to be all around the world. It's going to have actual physical golden vaults on different continents that you go trade it into, and the petrodollar's done, and they got to go invade something. So there is always a plan. And the thing is what is it, Ernie? I have no idea. But to think there's not a plan, now I'm going, of course there's a plan. What? I have no idea. But they're going to take all of this frustration on the Epstein thing and convert it to what the real mission was, is to get the corruption of what. It's not about the pedophilia. That was a control mechanism. It was to control what? Israel? Getting their money? The deep state? Keeping the petrodollar alive? The banks ripping us off and bailing in? Oh, I'm sorry. We have a little haircut. We're going to take some of that. That's ours now. Them, strategic collectivization of more silver, of them opening, it's going to go on and on and on. There are other things at play here that we don't know. And to say that we know is part of the psyop. We don't know. What I do know is that it is going to be upon every individual to prepare for all of these eventualities. And the biggest, most likely one is going to be an economic, worldwide collapse with the Western world. The biggest transfer of wealth is happening right now, and it's going into the BRICS.
Yep.
And the reason is because they're sucking out all of the silver that mostly ain't there no more. What is the ramification of that? I don't know, but they're going to have a plan, and the stable coin is going to be tied to the dollar. Who the hell wants to do that, especially when they're taking other currencies? So there's going to be wars and rumors of wars, but what is the line for me? I see a mushroom cloud, nuclear war, comply no more. And then they're going to lose every bit of credibility and exactly what you're talking about. But then, will that be the mechanism that they get Republicans to come out? They're going to vote Republican. They're going to get it. But then you look at the slate. Who are taking over for the Republican nominees for Senate? Where is it? How's that going here in Arizona? Behind the scenes, I got Barry Hess, the perpetual, governor libertarian runner guy, and they're being funded by the Democrats to get on the ballot. They got an AG guy, Tom Hardy, the guy that did Waco rules of engagement. The attorney that got the release of all the infrared film to show that they were killing people coming out and all this kind of stuff. A libertarian attorney is going to run for AG in Arizona. They wanted me to do whatever. I'm not interested. I'm not. Barry's going to come out here next week and try and convince me that's not going to happen because I know better. But what am I going to promote? Philosophy of liberty, to get the people to understand what this is really all about. Look at it through this lens, because they're going to bullshit you again. Why are the Democrats supporting libertarians the same way they always do? Because they think it gives them another steam valve over to the libertarian to vote principally so the Democrats can go in. That's what they always do. That's why the Republicans change the laws, make it more difficult for us to get on, and why the Democrats will spend whatever it takes to support libertarians being on the ballot to justify them winning. To do what? Doesn't matter. What happens when we go and we say, look, this is about the philosophy of liberty, self-ownership, individual rights, self-responsibility. And if you're going to crash the economy and do all this other stuff to get them to do whatever over here on the left, I don't give a crap. I'm going to take advantage of it like I always do. Since the 90s. You had the KFYI host to go on, Clear Channel, be, Ernie's such an opportunist. I go, you damn skippy I am. You guys give me all these opportunities to shove it up your ass. What'd you think I was going to do? So to think that there's not going to be a big, giant, oh my God, I'm president of the United States doing foreign policy or whatever, and I'm willing to invade and bomb Iran, oh my God, take over Greenland from allies, take over Venezuela and take their oil and silver and whatever. What, you think I wouldn't do some, frog marching of banker kind of stuff? This is what's going to happen. Something. But to think that we know now, at this early stage, what's going to happen is part of a psyop. And I'm not buying it. Do I support Trump or vote Republican? No. But to think that they lost, it's all over and done, that just means you've been watching too much CNN.
What?
In my opinion.
Oh my God! I feel, man, I feel like you've been drinking the same crap Dan Bongino's been doing, Ernie. I don't understand what your brain is. Like, it's like, here's Ernie going, he's defending, like, oh yeah, we're going to pull something out and we're all going to vote for Trump. Like,
Are you saying he's not? I didn't say you're all going to vote for Trump. I'm saying you can't be certain about what's going to happen in November this early on with all of the changes that are coming. The revelations and realizations that the people are going to. Nobody saw him get in Pennsylvania until all of a sudden the Amish show up. Where the hell was that on the board? It's like they go, who had Amish voting for Trump? We're going to pay off on that. Who had that one? Who did the voting? What is that thing out of the UK that you can bet on elections and so on? What do they call that?
Oh, the predictive market. I forget.
Yeah, predictive. Put your money where. I'd like to go see where that is now. And then what will change? People are going to see what I'm talking about, so I have no problem saying it.
All right. Like, I'm not. Let me just clarify a few things. I'm not doubting at all that there's not going to be some October surprise or nowadays the July surprise or whatever. Right. Now it's like every time you wake up. I get all that. I get Trump's going to be desperate. He's going to come up with some new marketing spin. He's going to try to redress the pig with makeup and lipstick. I mean, I get. I mean, of course. I mean, I get that.
You think he's lost his credibility to do it?
But it just doesn't matter. Like he's. This is the equivalent of somebody. Imagine someone who's been working for the Olympics, and it's a dream of theirs since they were like a kid, right? And every day they're out there and they're working out and they're doing their craft, and every day. I mean, it's just like their entire life, and they build and they build and they sacrifice and they build.
The women got to box a man,
and then all of a sudden they get to like right before the Olympics. And then, like they get into the Olympics, they qualify. It's the night before the big race, and then they decide to binge and do a bunch of crack cocaine lines and like eat like 2 tubs of ice cream, and then they just blow the entire thing. Okay, there's not really much coming back from that. It's not like all right, you lose some, you win some. I mean, I get that. It's called politics. Trump was not a standard politician. He was a Hail Mary of what was left of the electorate, and including people who had already given up, who came out of the woodwork to vote for this guy not one more election cycle. I mean, those people were always there. I mean, people who gave one last shot at the system. People are pretty educated with a lot of this, including he inherited much of the anti-war movement from Ron Paul, from all the work Freedom Phoenix has done. He inherited that. And then he turns around and he becomes the biggest war president we've seen. I mean, it's just that this is not just, he
with
dropped
a gifted
the ball
Nobel
a few
Peace
times,
Prize.
and he might lose a few votes, and now he's just going to come up with some new spiel or some tactic, and he's going to lock up one Epstein guy or suddenly deport people at the last. I mean, none of that matters. This is at the core fundamental. It's the fundamental. It's like someone who you trust.
I understand.
All right, so it's that point. All right, so it's that.
Let me make this point.
Let me finish. It's like you'll go on, and then I say one thing, and you're like, oh, you can't talk. So it's so deep, and maybe I have to explain it to you because you have not been in my shoes. If anything, I've been the Trump guy that you've been able to use as your as your stand-up punching bag for 10 years, which I know that's trying to make your point. But the thing is, this is where much of this electorate is that made the hard difference. Now, J.D. Vance, it seems like I feel like you're talking 2 different issues here. Yeah, of course they're going to push for J.D. Vance. Of course they want him. He's the head of the technocratic state, which I still want to get to that. So
they have to abandon Trump to do it.
J.D. Vance is the whole guy. But honestly, the best thing J.D. Vance can have is for Trump to lose the midterms. That way it goes under Democrat control and impeachments and riots in the streets and whatever, and then the Republicans might look past the Trump problem and give J.D. Vance as a new coat of paint and let him run. But if Trump wins and he still screws the pooch with wars and this and that and the economy, J.D. Vance is done. I don't think he has a shot. honestly, in 2028. Though, heck, people will vote AOC and be happy about it the way things are going right now. So I think he's best if Trump loses the midterms. But you've got all this going on. I just don't see. Now, look, could something happen? What could happen that maybe would make me or somebody, vote for Trump again? Right? Well, maybe not me. But what could happen? One could be we get into World War III. Now, most people, you would think, especially in a supposed anti-war candidate who wants the Nobel Peace Prize, you would think that no one would vote for him as he gets us into World War III. And he's working at it every day, like literally working at it. Now Russia's talking about, nuking Germany and the UK, for God's sake. I mean, I don't blame Russia. They're fed up with them. I mean, look, they'll sit back and let the tree fall in the woods, and as long as or the person to drown, as long as they're not taking anyone down. But when they're taking down their friends in Iran and this and that, I mean, at some point, Russia has to show that they at least defend their friends. I mean, they're being forced to have to act at some point. And it's almost like Trump is pushing for a war, because that's what happens when a country falls apart and their economy collapses. You don't want a bunch of young, angry, hungry men in your country. You want to find someone else to blame and say, it's that guy's fault. Go attack them. It's like happened during the
Join the army. We'll give you a bonus.
That's happened during the Crusades. Everyone was dying during the 12th century, whatever, in the Crusades. So the Pope's like, wow, we don't want these angry, hungry people in our soldiers here, and the knights. We'll just send them off to take back the motherland in Israel, right? Jerusalem. So of course they're going to want a war, not to mention you have less mouths to feed. And of course the concept, some people believe, this is the broken window theory of Keynesian economics, that, you have yourself a war and it's a way to quick jumpstart the economy. So just from those reasons alone, there's a lot of reasons politically to have yourself a war, right? So of course he's going to want a war. Now, normally, that tends to keep a president in office. I mean, George Bush, W., people didn't like him, but after we were in, the World Trade Center, people didn't have a problem putting him a second term, right? Same thing with FDR. I mean, how many terms? He was at 4 terms. So this is the type of thing that I could see Americans traditionally don't want to, what the old saying, what is it? Don't return a horse midstream or turn the horse back midstream.
You don't get off a horse midstream.
Yeah, get off a horse midstream, right. So look, that argument definitely could be made, and it's really good to get into a war now. Trump's in an odd spot because he just has 1 term rather than the potential for 2 terms. That certainly throws off a lot of the strategies that a typical president would have. So he's going all into international policy now rather than after the midterms. He's like he's like biting for a war. He's salivating for a war, thinking that maybe that'll make him strong and that will get him more support. And traditionally, that would. I just don't think that's going to fly at this point anymore. I think there's too much anti-Trump, anger from before anyway. The independents are already done with him. They barely voted for him last time. And half of his coalition were the non-interventionist Ron Paul people. And we're completely out. And we have YouTube streams, assuming they don't ban all of those, where he's just getting hammered. Megyn Kelly now jumped off the Trump train. Tucker Carlson, who literally sat next to Trump during the RNC, 3-4 days after Trump got shot. And he had the seat of honor sitting next to Donald Trump during the RNC. Remember when he kissed the suit of the gentleman who got shot at his rally? I mean, Tucker Carlson was right there. Now Tucker is like persona non grata in the whole thing. So this is I don't think that's going to fly. I understand that strategy, Ernie. I'm not obtuse to history. I don't think that's going to work. Now, could it? Yeah, it's possible. People get all scared. Oh, my God, Putin's attacking us. Putin wants to take over the world. And we have been sitting here minding our business like sweet old ladies. And Putin and Xi just decided just to take us over. I mean, whoever's going to fall for that at this point, I don't think people will. But, that's potential. I'll give you that one. If America's that stupid still, maybe you might be right. What else could happen? What else could happen is, of course, cheating at the election polls, but usually that was the purview of the Democrats. but maybe the deep state's going to work together and
It
say,
was
look,
always
you
the
know,
deep
if
state.
we're gonna,
Here in Arizona, it was the Republicans that did it.
right. Well, if we're going to exactly
All through the 90s,
well, yeah,
it was
but
Republican.
I get it. That's like I said, Arizona is its own beast. But each state has its own little problems here. But if you add them all up, you know, I think the Democrat machine has been more of that. I mean, they're the ones that changed all the mail-in ballot rules in 2020. You know, I mean, that was the whole reason so many
There's
people
one
thought
thing
they
you're
stole
forgetting.
What? Well, don't run off with it. But what is it before you grab the money?
Palantir.
Palantir. All right, yeah. So Palantir, but you have all of these different attributes that I think, you know, could steal the election. Typically, it's been for Democrats, not Republicans. But I could see the fact that the deep state, it doesn't matter who's in. Israel's still going to win, right? They're still going to co-opt whoever's in there. The Epstein files are still not going to come out. So none of this is going to change. And maybe the deep state says, who would we rather have in there? You know, a strong Donald Trump administration, especially now that he's playing ball. When you've got Jeb Bush sitting there tweeting out, I love me some Donald Trump. He's an amazing guy now. You know, some of the neocons all love him. I mean, he's got the support of them, probably the deep state of the Democrats as well. And maybe they don't want the AOCs in there, but they'll go with Trump. And maybe they'll turn all the corrupt machines to support Trump. So, yeah, that might happen. And, you know, we'll sit and watch that. What else could happen? And I'm not trying to be funny. I mean, and you've said, you're the one that said this, they would pull out the UFOs. I mean, the aliens. I mean, maybe something like that comes out, and all of a sudden everyone gets scared or whatever, and that would be the ultimate distraction. That would be the ultimate distraction. So, you know, these are pretty out there, you know, pun intended, examples. But barring something that overt or that consequential,
you can expect
I don't think just regular wars or this or putting down demonstrations in a state and I know what you're trying to say is, Phranq, you don't grasp it's going to be something you're not even thinking of, and they're planning it. I mean, I get that, but I don't see really what they could do that would put the toothpaste back in as far as the credibility, because no matter what,
I thought that many times.
No matter what,
make shit out of their butt all the time.
No matter what they do, and maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but I know I'm not alone on this. Especially for the disinfected Trump voters out there that took all the crap from liberals and even certain Ernest Hancocks out there to sit back and finally have this guy show his true colors on it. Nothing matters. No matter what he does, he could give me $1 million. I don't care. It's like, you know, Epstein, and nothing he does.
He just might.
Nothing. Yeah. Well, you know, maybe that's a good one. He just gives everyone $1 million,
basic high income.
I could, I could see him doing something like that. But I still don't know if that is enough.
Taxpayers get the Donald Trump dividend.
I think Ernie, and I'll throw it back to you after this point. I think it reminds me a little bit of the debate. You're amazing. It reminds me of like the discussion over the American Revolution. You know, when there was my favorite documentary is called Liberty. It was on PBS Frontline back in like 1999. It's like the best series ever on the founding of this country. I highly recommend it. You can now watch it for free on YouTube if you get around to it. But they were saying when they were doing this like 7-part documentary, they were interviewing historians, both American and British. And they said after they did these long interviews, they started to sense that there was still anger amongst the British historians, like they lost America, like there was still something deep-rooted. And they were talking about how like for the British, especially back then, let alone today, they saw the fight in America as like just spoiled brats, like people didn't understand how much tax money it took to protect the colonies and this and that and that. And they were looking at this as like it's a tax thing, and these people don't want to pay their taxes, and maybe if we lower the taxes and give them, do this over here, like they thought it was a managerial issue. It's sort of you're losing workers at your job, at your business, because you're not paying them enough, or your benefits aren't good enough. Like
principles,
like that's what they're thinking it was, because all wars and uprisings had to do with that. What was unique about the revolution, and what the British and even the French eventually kind of figured this out later, but most of the people back then, the Spanish, the French, the English, all these monarchs back in the day, they didn't understand what was driving America. It had nothing to do with the taxes. It wasn't about managerial. It came down to a fundamental concept of, you're right under God, about noblemen versus commoners, about a meritocracy. It came
Thomas
down
Paine's
to
common sense.
Exactly. It came down to principles. It was a more lofty philosophical ideal that was going through the colonies. And the British are just looking at the colonists as just a bunch of, blue-collar commoners that are working around mosquitoes and the Indians, and, they're just generating tax revenue with tobacco, and they should be happy about that we're helping them out. Like they were, it's one thing if you have a disagreement over something and you at least understand each person's point of view somewhat, but this was a disconnect of what the whole fundamental fight was about. That I'm just trying to bring that up till today. That's what this Trump thing was. This was not any other election over whether we should have flag burning or the taxes are too high or this. It went so beyond that. It was like a Hail Mary of, was there any, did the American people have any control over this country at all? And if we want to put a ham sandwich in for president, can we do it? And they said, no, we're still in control. And of course, we knew that as libertarians, or third party people, but the country got to see for once. And so the Donald Trump thing was not about Trump as much as the left likes to think it was cult of personality. It wasn't. It was like a litmus test. It was a Hail Mary. It was a different election we've never seen for different reasons. I can't speak for every person voting, of course. There's probably some KKK guy in the South that liked Trump, but I mean, that's what it was. And the left and many people never could beat Trump because they couldn't understand. I always said this, you're never going to beat Trump unless you understand why people are supporting him. And if you think it's because, he wants to make America white again and you buy that BS, you'll never understand him. Just like the British monarchs versus the colonists. That's what this was about. So when you turn around and you say, you still looking at Epstein, and then you're hiding it, and you're not even interviewing the women have been begging to be heard and just have their interviews. I mean, then you put in Don Bongino and Cash, and they don't even interview the women. Not to make this just about the women on this, but it represents at the fundamental level. So any single thing that he does has the stink on it, and you just don't buy it. And he can tell me the truth. And yeah, he can still do something good. But it doesn't matter because at its fundamental, he lied to our face in something that meant a lot more than a regular politician who, politicians lie. I mean, that's just the day in the life. But this was a different principled vote of a Hail Mary. He earned people's trust and desperation, to be honest, in a way that it's a shame that I thought he really grasped the hopes that people were putting on him. He does know how to speak to the common people. And it's hard for me to think he doesn't understand that, which is why this is even more painful about it. I understand it's some silver spoon Bush person or Mitt Romney who pretends to talk like a commie. He doesn't get it at all. But Trump always had that ability because he comes from that in a certain way. I mean, it's from his business and the person he is. So for him to lose that is more of a betrayal because it's like, better. Trump, I know you know better, and you still did it. And that cuts so deep, I don't give an F whatever he does. I really just don't. And that's what I feel you're missing, because you think it's just another election cycle and he's going to pull out a few more gimmies and we're all going to forget about it. I just don't see that happening, Ernie. Sorry. But
I can see why you would say that. If you'd like
to vote for him, you go ahead.
Oh, my God.
You go ahead. But if you want to vote in the midterms, Ernie, you go ahead. I'll give you a sticker.
Yeah. I voted with my feet. I occupy the land. This is not a support of Trump, of course. He's not. But to think that he's not going to take advantage of whatever power that he has to promote this "Make America Great" thing again, whatever the hell that is. That's why I need it defined. What is it? By his definition, it's going to be whatever it's going to be. I don't care. But it's going to be overwhelmed by a tsunami that people do not understand or don't take into account. And those are the things that I know that, unless he's an idiot, and I don't think he's an idiot, that he is building to. What is it? I have no idea, but I think we're going to find out within 6 months. And it's going to be overwhelmed with, it's going to be economics. It's going to be the dollar. And it's going to be, is he perceived as, say, now we're not allowing BlackRock to buy single-family homes anymore. Why?
Don't care.
Yeah, why did you, why? You know, because it's a popular thing of whatever. Well, is that going to fix anything? Is it going to make, is that, a property right violation? Got money, you can buy whatever you want. Say, oh, we're going to stop that because it's a, popular thing. We're going to ban bump stocks, kind of crap. So I'm just, he's not totally tuned into whatever unless he's got another thing in mind. To think that Trump and his crowd doesn't, when he brings in all the Wall Street guys, all his billionaire buddies, all of his international contacts of, I got Trump hotels around the world kind of thing. We still got to build condos in North Korea beaches. I mean, we got Gaza Trump Tower to do yet. All of this crap, is part of something else that we don't know. But I know what is overwhelming it. It's this. I'm going to show the audience. Here we go. Push. An $11 trillion systemic risk is coming in late March. This is why the Ides of March. This is just today on Zero Hedge. Blah, 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 blah. As I've previously noted, according to CME's registry, which is the COMEX, them storing silver for their shorts and so on, pinky swear it's here, there are 440 million ounces of silver located in the depositories. However, the current silver futures contract, which settles in late March 26, has an open interest of 150,200 contracts. At 5,000 ounces of silver per contract, this comes to 751 million ounces of silver contracts trading, or 1.7 times the amount of actual silver that they have stored. And that's being, not only do you have way over leveraged, anybody that wants to take delivery, which they do, what are they going to do? Oh, we're just going to cash you out at the whatever spot price we say it is. There's your confidence. There's your loss. There's the system's broken. Then they're coming out with, you know what? We're going to change it from contracts at 5,000 ounces. We're going to let you do 100 ounces. 100 ounces. We can get the retail guys in here. We need everybody's money. We need to, all the private, individual retail guys. Come on in. The water's fine. Don't worry about it. This is so fundamental to what's going to happen. It will trump everything else. It's the economy, stupid, which was the mantra during the Bush run in 92. It's the economy, stupid, or the 90 election. It was the economy, stupid here, or it's the economy, stupid. I remember there was a gubernatorial candidate named Phranq that was a county supervisor that was, supported by kind of the patriot types, and he was anything but he was all about negative campaigning. You get their negatives up and your positives, up. But that's why negative campaigning works. You just got to, make them look bad, make them look bad, make them look bad. Well, the one thing that I was trying to do is I was introduced to him by a friend from church that's a lawyer, whatever. He wanted me to put my activism to help him. I'll meet with him. I met with all the gubernatorial guys, Symington's people. They come and met with me. I was getting, press. I went to Washington doing all the economic stuff or whatever. When I met with him and we were talking, about all of this stuff, I was like, why are you emphasizing all of these other little and not the economy? The economy is going to determine this race. Oh, yeah? Well, how are you going? I go and speak at the Veterans of Foreign Wars and how the economy. Then the Realtor Association of whatever. And then he had 3 different presentations. So I wrote him 3 speeches. And I did the same thing for Aaron Russo. I go, these are the 3 ties that you could do with Social Security, the ties that you could do with Veterans of Foreign Wars, and I linked them, and I remember exactly what I said, but I took every one of their interests and put it in a speech that was about the economy. Well, he didn't take advantage of it because he didn't take advantage of it, but I never forgot that, and it all came out to be true. That's what I'm predicting for this election cycle. It is going to come down to the economy. It's going to come down to food. It's going to come down to not living on the street. It's going to come down to who gets the corruption, the money. And if he comes up with and the bakers went to jail. When did that ever happen? One time. During the 08, 9, 10, 11 crashes there, the entire country of Iceland, such as it is, they prosecuted the bankers. They put them in jail. They went after you lying sacks of snot and you ripped us off. So they dissolved their government. And then what did they do? They picked names out of the phone book. I think almost literally. They just reconstituted. You say we owe to the guy. Not anymore. That was that old government. We don't count that anymore. Boom. Nobody talks about that. Nobody ever brings up what Iceland did. Nowhere else in the world did they go after him. Iceland became, a hero there for you. Ooh, little people action there. What's going to happen now? Are they going to take that lesson? Are they going to start putting people in jail? Are they going to go after the worst of the worst of the worst? Save his buddies, of course. But, it's going to be save America, make America great again. It's stuff like that. We're talking trillions and trillions of dollars being used, maneuvered. There could be, we're going to do away with the IRS. What happens when Trump, but will he save it until after the midterm? Give me a Republican Congress, and we'll do away with the IRS. Then you got the Supreme Court making a decision right now on whether his tariffs were constitutional or not, if he's got to pay it back. All of this stuff, everything that you're talking about, I understand, but I've been through so many election cycles to where they yank shit out of their butt and call it rubies. Here we go to make a determination now about, I've heard the same thing about Hillary. Hillary's got it going, got it. Then she loses.
So Ernie, let me clarify for a second, just for the record. And I'm not trying to hedge my bets, so I'll eat crow if whatever. But here's the condition though. Even if Trump wins, you would win in your argument if he wins as popular as he is now. My argument is he might still win. But if he does, it's only because people are not voting for him. They're voting for Democrats less than him. So I'd be more interested ultimately, and I'm sure you would be
too.
He's
not on the ballot. Individual congressmen and senators are with a shit ton of Israeli money.
All right, I get it. All right, so let's just say the representatives, the House, Senate, whatever. When you start looking, I'd be fascinated to see what the total votes are. How many Americans voted in prior elections, and then how many voted in this midterm? Obviously, midterms, less people come out.
How many ballots got put in the stack? That's what happened.
Less people come out for midterms than the general. I get it. But I think you're going to start to see what you keep talking about is the apathy. So when let's say 50% of the people who voted before regularly, I've never missed an election in my life. This very well might be, I can't believe I'm saying this, probably the first election ever that I'm probably not going to vote in, which means I guess Ernie wins, right? After 10 years of you're not yelling. But I just mean I probably won't vote. And so for me to do that, and I'm sure so many other people are, it's the lack of confidence when people walk away. So could Trump's people win, quote unquote? Okay, maybe they might win a percentage over. Maybe it's possible because the diehards or the neocons, like that might be all we have left. is all the independents leave, the MAGA people leave, the moderate centrist left leaves their party, and all you have are the diehard leftists on one side of the machine, and then you have the diehard neocons on the right, and that's all you have left. You're just stripping away the American people to just the core of the Crips and the Bloods. And now they're just at it, and you can just see it for what it is. So if Trump's people win that way, fine. I'm not going to say I'll give it to you that way, but I'm talking about to sit back and think the American people are all going to, or his Trump base is going to come back because he's going to come up with another red herring or another boogeyman or something. It's done. It's like Disney trying to get the parents back at Disney. It's done. You know, that's just how I see it. So,
well, what would get you?
By the way, I'll give the last word on that, but I do want to, before we start running out of time, I just need a few minutes to talk about this techno thing. You're going to love it, and it beelines into a lot of things we've talked about today. But do you want to make a comment on that? One last thing about Trump winning his people? You still think that?
No, I don't care, and it doesn't matter.
All right.
It's just the only thing that I'm saying is that for you or anyone to try and convince me or anybody that it's over, that it's done, that it's decided, he's lost his whatever, he's going to whatever, and I'm going, never, ever. This is the one thing I always said, and it always turned out to be true. Whoever is the front runner that they throw out there is running for, Elizabeth Warren's going to run for president. AOC is going to run for president. Newsom's going to run for president. Whoever these guys are, it's never them. Never. It's all they throw this stuff early. They do the lead balloons. They got a Led Zeppelin, flying over, thinking it's going to stay aloft, and then things like Palantir, things like Cambridge Analytica that they did in 2016. The things like how, because AI can craft a message for every specific individual on the planet, and what convinces you the most of whatever the hell, that motivates you through fear, through greed, through whatever. I've seen it happen. All of a sudden, I'm voting Obama because he's going to give me free health care and I get, my free meds. This is my dad. My dad's hardcore freaking, damn black people taking over television. Now president, he's giving me stuff. Okay, I vote for him. During the 2008 Ron Paul revolution, when I was at my father's house in Texas before he died, he and my mom, Ron Paul calls me because he wanted to invite me to whatever. And I'm sitting there talking around and showing him all the stuff that we're doing, the news and everything. He's sitting there 24/7, Fox News, and this is what's really going on behind the scenes. This is what, nap. Obama's giving me free drugs, man. I need my Oxycontin. I'm like, okay. What are people motivated by? Their own, what they perceive to be their own self-interest. No matter how contrarian you are, no matter how, it's going to be that kind of thing. And then when they got AI to craft a message, this is why in 2009-10 we knew it was going down this road. When Facebook started messing with your timeline, you would have your stuff, and then they'd feed all this media, whatever they were pushing on us. Then, did you forward it? Did you read it? Then they go, we need to know what you think about it. Here's a little emoticon. Did it make you happy? Make you sad? Was it funny? I go, what the shit? They need us to tell them what we. And then give up your DNA sample so AI knows what the character traits of different people are going to go. I don't know. Ernie's got a little bit too much William Wallace in it. Where's he at? I got a Hellfire missile for you. Then you get into how much data you give. And I'm at the age, probably, I don't care. But I came across this yesterday. We'll finish on this, and then I'll give you how I think this is going. Everything is feeding into their AI. Everything is going into Palantir, Grok, and Chat, and whatever. Everything. How do they get an influence, Ernie? Well, I, don't pay attention. I mean, I'm sure it influences me, in whatever way, but I'm trying to be, principle-based on what has some impact or feeds into what I believe is going to happen or what I want to happen. And I got a new drone. I had this DJI drone that I bought an aftermarket battery because DJI drone batteries like 150, but it's some ridiculous amount. And so I go on, is there an alternative? An off-brand. Yep. Get these two for $85. You get two battery fit, looks exactly the same. Put it in, go. It gets up to altitude, 300 feet or something. I'm doing some stuff for, Occupy the Land videos. Critical battery, go, boom, and it comes down and crashes. Went up, but it recognized it as off-brand and said, and therefore you must pay. So it crashes. It breaks the mount for the gimbal on the front. I'm going, okay, I'll probably super glue it and solder whatever, fix it myself. But I've sent it in before. I hit a guy wire one time, send it in to DJI. You go on their website, you submit, repair order, and they send you, thing on the internet in your email that you put on the package. You send it to them, they fix it, you send it back. Worked pretty good. Okay, a couple $100 for them to whatever. Done it before. Oh, I'm sorry. DJI, China company of, is not repairing DJI anymore called America. Really? Well, I wasn't a big fan of DJI going to the FAA and it giving me permission to take off in places. It would only go 10, 15 feet high in designated areas. Like I remember I was in Manchester doing New Hampshire, covering a Fed protest, something we were doing there. And, the Love Bus Liberty Tour signs and vaccine stuff. Nope, you can't fly here. Nope, you can't go over here. Nope, you can't go. What kind of crap is that? Who decided that? So I'm blaming it on China. Why? Because to be able to sell here, I guess they got to, have some kind of input from the FAA, and you're not allowed to go with your Chinese drone and, show Area 51 stuff or whatever. All right, fine. I don't like that. So when they did this, I go, all right, are there American drones? I go on and I look for America. Give me a drone America. Well, they're the big giant ones that, hauling stuff, delivering stuff, super professional photographers of the news station of we don't need a helicopter because we got a drone, and they're gazillion dollars, thousands of dollars. Then I find this one, it's called DCX, and it was out of Wyoming. There's a group that was DJI distributors and repair stations that, they asked, screw this, we'll just do our own. Bypass all this crap. Well, okay, I get it. It was on sale, Amazon, super, it's even got an airdrop thing. I push a button and it'll drop something. I thought that was cool. I was wondering why they didn't have that already. So I get this drone for half the price, less than half the price of a replacement from DJI. That was going to be a pain in the ass anyway. So I get this thing, comes in. Oh, to fly your drone, I'm sorry, you got to click here, give the serial number to the FAA, go through this testing thing. I go through an online thing at Embry-Riddle, and Prescott was one of the areas that I take this test. You got to register as a drone flyer with the FAA. This will make Bob happy. He's a pilot. Damn drones! You're gonna be up there. There's gonna be sheet metal falling from everywhere. You need to get licensed and certified and tracked and surveilled and got whatever to go out and fly here in the freaking desert. All right. So I go through the process. They want your DNA sample. They want your name, your email, your phone. You got to do it through, you've got to connect it with your phone. So now, for me to go and take pictures of my land, I am on the database of the FAA. Do you think that's not going into Palantir? How much did I use? What am I taking? Are there snapshots? They're taking snapshots from my laptop, snapshots on my phone, turning on the mic, doing... What the hell you think you're going to do with the drones? So this company is all buddied up. Hey, man, this is what we do. To be able to operate and sell, you got to go register with and do in Palantir. Okay. I'm free. This is how they're doing it. Any convenience. You want to be able... You got to have a permission slip from the Crown. Now, what if you build your own drone? Which is what Derek did in the early days of drone. He built his own drone. And it was a thing, too. You had to have accelerometers, GPS, gyroscopes in it, but it didn't even make it to where you could fly the damn thing. So we can do it. It's just really hard, really expensive. So I am looking at a big, giant data collection that is going to customize every single message to every single individual person. And when they did it in 09 to 10, they definitely used that information with Cambridge Analytica, which is what got Trump elected in 16. To think they're not going to do it again is to be foolish, naive. How are they going to maintain whatever the hell it is they want? Even if it gets to a Democrat, Congress, Senate, whatever, doesn't matter. And I don't care. But to come out now at this stage and say you don't know. Because you don't know what they know. I'm just saying that making any kind of prediction that what should happen, what the mood of the people is, I'm with you. I agree. He didn't do what I wanted. He didn't do the JFK files last time released. He didn't do that. And even now, it's all BS. I don't believe a damn thing that they say. I don't believe what AI says. I don't believe it. I believe in principle. Humanity always acts in its own self-interest. When they see an existential extinction level event on their way of life, on the future of their own personal finances, their children and grandchildren, they will act in what they perceive to be their own self-interest. And Palantir and the power of the presidency and the deep state and all this will get in there to convince you what that is. To think that doesn't have an impact is to be naive. And to make a determination now based on what you think should happen, I think they got a whole bunch of aces under their sleeve to do whatever they want. They have billions of minds online that they are cultivating all that information. They know what triggers people. They know what gets, all of a sudden this Shipley kid in Minnesota, boom, goes by. Was that people? Was it AI? Was it mainstream? Was it deep state? I have no idea. And it serves what purpose?
I want you to finish.
I don't know.
Look, I don't know if we're going crossing past each other, or if we're saying the same thing is different. I don't know, but it's like I'm not doubting they have a plan. I'm not doubting that they have a database, like all this stuff. Of course, I get it. I guess it's like we're talking two different things. You always talk about general public opinion. That's
Right.
the point. It's general public opinion. And like if the Republicans win with only 2 votes and the Democrats get 1 vote, yeah, did they win? They won, but they didn't win the people. The difference with the whole Trump movement is he had the people more than any president I've seen, except maybe Ronald Reagan and maybe Barack Obama, to be fair. He really, he did get a lot of the people. He was the Democrats' last hurrah. Hope and change. And as much as we can make fun of the fact that, they put a black guy in there thinking that was going to change everything, in a certain sense, that was the hope and change. Like, hey, maybe we've crossed over a border or something. And it didn't. He wound up going right for the establishment. Heck, if anything, he was the one that was locking up and deporting all the illegals. So from their point of view, he was no change, and he undermined their hope and change. And Donald Trump was the equivalent for many conservatives and many independents. So not to rehash it, but it goes so much deeper than just policy issues. When Donald Trump is getting attacked by everybody, by the media and the lawyers and just everything, the people had his back. And that was one of the only reasons, hypothetically, I kind of believe this, is that the deep state didn't maybe completely take him out. Because the people, they were scared of the people. They had never seen people back a candidate in such a way. And that's probably the only thing that kept him in the running and maybe even alive, is what would happen, if he went. He wasn't just, what's his name, John Kerry or I'm trying to think, Bob Dole, I mean, who the hell was going to sit there and take a bullet for Bob Dole? And I mean, Donald Trump, can you imagine people standing out in 110 degrees in Arizona, a bunch of seniors for 10 hours to go see Bob Dole at a rally? I mean, it was just an entirely different deal. And that is what Donald Trump's ace in the hole has been. And he's lost that. That is his entire bread and butter. So what happens when the one thing that was basically your bulletproof vest, the people, is not there? I mean, doesn't mean every person. No, there's still some people just on the Trump train because Trump can do no wrong. I get that. It's the stereotype that everyone thinks, or you guys used to think I was about. And it's not it. That's not the majority of the people supporting him. But now he doesn't have the protection. So I see Trump having to switch allegiances when he realizes he's lost the people. And I think he knows that. I'm not sure if he knew that right away, if he's just slowly figuring that out. I don't know. But then who's going to protect him? The deep state. Because that's what's protected the system before. It's the deep state. As long as you do what the deep state wants, you get the protection. Now, why he had to do this transformation, was it out of fear or threat, or did he offer him a lot more money? I don't know. I don't want to get into that right now. It doesn't matter. He made his choice, and that's what you have. But if he doesn't have the support of the people, then it's like, the whole future of what he's going to do is different. So just keep that part in mind, that he was protected by the people. Now he's not. So anyway, so as far as the Palantir and the technology, I think anything Trump does now, they don't trust, right? And they're certainly not going to trust the machine and
it's not about trust or even credibility. It's about acting in what they perceive to be their self-interest.
Sure. And voting for Trump was in their best self-interest. And it wasn't just he's going to get the tax break. It was feeling like you were under attack by the system. That's what Americans are feeling like. It didn't matter about the party. People started to realize that they were under attack by a fake media, by a political system, by everything. The IRS, if you joined the wrong group, like as we know, with the IRS was targeting the Ron Paul people, for instance. So people felt under attack. And that was, Trump was their avatar to do so. But that was the self-interest. But if Trump is one of them, then there is no self-interest of voting for him or his cronies. I mean, you keep going back to, but what if he, he gives another tax break or he does this and you just don't understand? And I'm like, all right, well, yeah, we'll just wait and see. But I think the hill is so far. It's like Disney trying to get parents back. It's done. And there's no way in less than a year, in 6 months, he can do that when he's still, in order to do that, in whatever tax break he wants to get, or whatever. I know, we can't imagine. I get it. But whatever it's going to be has to supersede. And Trump, dare I say, the backtracking and the betrayal, utter betrayal of the Epstein thing, basically defending the pedophile rap.
I understand. I got to ask you a question.
Christians.
I got to ask you a question.
More people are family oriented.
Got it. Got to ask you a question.
So there's no benefit, there's no interest for them to support that. Go ahead. What's your question?
What would it take? Okay, let me preface it this way. I did a presentation for an event at the end of December, and the point that I, was making, a lot of this, people acting in their own self-interest, that kind of thing. And Bitcoin, they always said, oh, it's anonymous, it's this, it's that, it's so on. Liars. Okay, that was not really, what it was, and I knew it was going to be GoldmanSucks.gov coin, and here we go. So, what could they do to get that credibility back? What was it? What were they going to do? Maybe it'll be a different crypto, working with Xano, that kind of thing. Well, what is it that they're going to get for Disney? If Disney, and they go, well, they can't, the government can't take over Bitcoin because they'd have to get, 51% of the miner. Get that. I go, well, then they'll do it. Well, you're sitting there just told them how they're going to do it. Well, you think that they're not going to do it? No, they wouldn't do that. That'd be wrong. I'm like, oh, wake up. So if they can, they will. They sure as hell want to. So I look at Disney. We chronicled the fall of Disney from the beginning. It was just stupid, 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 stupid. Why are they being so stupid? They're stupid. Why are they being stupid? Because they had an agenda. They had something else. It wasn't about making money. It was about shifting public opinion of, every cartoon character has to be trans or some bullshit, okay? The Force is female. I mean, all kinds of crap is going, Superman's gay. I mean, whatever. So we chronicled this. Disney's done. I don't have nothing to do with Disney. People aren't going to, watching Disney. My kids can't Disney, and I'm not buying Mickey Mouse. Never, ever. So I go to Phranq, and I go, he's got a young girl. He'd love to have, Disney and princess dresses and whatever. I went through all this crap. You go, okay, what would it take for Disney to get you supporting it again? Would it be firing Jack, what's her name, Kennedy?
They just did.
They did. What would it be? What new CEO would they have? What new project would they do? How many trans cartoonist AI people, what do they got to fire? What they got to sell off and buy and do and pinky swear, and we're so wrong, and they hang, their progressive whatever and from the light poles in front of the Disney headquarters. What is it they got to do for Phranq to go, okay, the good guys are back in charge? If that's what they wanted to do, if that's what they needed to do, they'll do it sooner or later.
Yeah, but
what would it take, Phranq? What would it take for you to be a Disney fan? Tell me, what was it?
Nothing. This is the point. Nothing. It's a combination of how far they went to do things that, I hate to use the word offend me. I don't usually get offended, but how far they went on one hand, destroying franchises, going woke, all of that. We get that. Okay, that's a big part. The other third is that when they did it gleefully. They did it knowing what they were doing, like in spite. I mean, it was like it was a mission. It wasn't like
we hung all those guys.
It wasn't like they did something and it just didn't. They didn't poll it before they did it and say, I wonder if the fans aren't going to like this. They knew it, and when they got pushback, they tripled down. Then they called us racist and bigots and called us hateful people on top of it. So they did all of that. And the third reason that so when you do that, it's like there's no question they know what they're doing. They're intentionally saying F you, right? And then the board of directors, they kept Bob Iger, all of them, and not to get in all the pedantic part of it, but you guys get it. They did it. They ran into the ground despite losing money. They were happy losing money, losing their stockholders' money in order to tell me to F off. So it goes so deep. But the third reason, and this is the key, this is the part that's different now. This time it's different, but it is different. It's because now with technology, we have choices. Before, if all you had was Disney and ABC and ABC's Disney, but you just had the same things. I mean, before, all there was Disney. When I grew up, and you, Ernie, because we're both old, I mean, to sit back and see a cartoon like when Fox and the Hound came out or Robin Hood, I remember that was the first Disney movie I ever saw in the
Wonderful
theater.
World of Disney. Sunday evenings at 6, we're all sitting in front of a new color television.
Yeah, it was, and you would be in color, and you'd see Walt Disney. He was like this magical person, and then Tinkerbell would show up on screen. And I mean, it was just magical for that one moment. Or like when you would see, Christmas time came, and we saw Rudolph, or we saw, Charlie Brown's Christmas special. I mean, it was such a highlight, and that's all you got. We tried to explain this to Phaedra, who, could just turn on the TV.
And in the 70s, you're not allowed to come home till the streetlights go on.
Yeah. But comparing that now, where you've got like 10 billion channels on YouTube, and you can watch AI slop animation until it comes out of your head and your eyes bleed. I mean, it's completely different. There's so many choices. And this is why when I told some of my certain family members who invest in Disney, and again, it's not financial advice, but I told this person 5 years ago, I said, I know what this company's doing. I said, if you want to buy the stock, wait until it drops in half, and then maybe try to wait until Apple buys them and you can get money in the pump. But I said, but you don't understand how it's just going to grind down and down. Now, this person's argument is, yeah, but Phranq, it's Disney. Stocks go up and down. I mean, you just don't understand long-term investing. When a company goes down, you buy it, and then, of course, it's going to go back up because people love Disney and people have kids. And I'm like, yeah, but you don't grasp what's happening. Aside from I don't want to get too much into the Disney thing, but the fact that so many kids now, they have no attention spans. They don't want to sit there and watch a movie. They don't even know who Snow White is. They're not even watching the movies. Just add that. Then when you tick off parents, before, it's like, okay, well, I don't like the movies now, but they changed CEO in 5 years, and like what you're asking. And like, oh, okay, well, now they're going to make good stuff again for me. But that's all you had. You put on Disney on TV again. It was the one show a week, and that's all you had. So you suck it up. Not to mention back then we didn't have the internet to know what Bob Iger was doing. Back in the day, as an example. Now we know it all. We everything's transparent. Well, transparent, I put in quotes, but you see my point. Where we're much more involved in how the world works, and even normies follow this stuff. But there's so many options, and if you're going to destroy Disney, fine. There's anime. There's Studio Ghibli, which is the Disney of Japan, which I have the entire series. That's the most family, heartsome movies you can ever have if you've never experienced them.
There's Angel Studios and
there's
Total
Angel
Twin
Studios,
cartoons.
exactly. So there's so many places to go. So this is why the credibility, like you always say, comes down to credibility now. You can't just force someone into eating or drinking your slop because that's the only.
No, I understand.
So
they're going to try to build up their credibility.
Yeah, but you can't.
And what will it take?
Well,
You're saying
no.
They can't.
They can't. No, they can't.
Okay.
They can't. It's too far. And
but
anybody,
I'm saying AI is going to make an argument to a bunch of other people that they can.
Put it
That's
this
what
way.
I'm saying.
Put it this way. The damage is so bad that anyone who, let's say, wants to, let's say if you have a great idea and you're like, hey, you know what? Let's try and fix Disney. Let's get rid of Star Wars and we're going to come up with a new idea, a new property. And let's try to, we'll bring Disney back with this new idea. Okay, that could work. And maybe if it's really good, you win me back. But that wouldn't happen today because if someone has that great of an idea, why saddle it with all of the weight and the crap of Disney and all the baggage of Disney? You just go find some angel investors and you go, or you just get your own funding on a GoFundMe and you create your own, just like Iron Sky, and you make your own thing. So if you have such a great idea, you don't even need Disney to do it. So this is why the credibility crisis, people are going to hemorrhage into other avenues. And that's what this Trump thing is. I'm telling you, for the people who he's ticked off, which is enough of credibility, at least a third of the MAGA base. And they're either not going to vote, they vote Democrat, maybe Libertarian, maybe they'll hold their nose and maybe vote a little bit, but he's not going to have the support, if he even gets any support from these people to vote. And even if they do, he's not going to get the people in the hearts of these people, which is what he's really going to need. It's not just the vote, in my opinion. So anyway, let me finish on this technique. You're going to love this point. I wanted to talk about it in the very beginning, and we had a great conversation.
I want to make this one point on Disney.
All right.
That I got pulled up here. There was a movie when I was a kid that was called Disney's Johnny Tremaine or Johnny Rebel, and it was about this teenage boy that was part of the revolution. This was, oh, hell no, Disney's not going to make that, but you can't, and you're not allowed, okay? And it was so impactful that it was kind of like when Mel Gibson had The Patriot and he had his kids shooting at the redcoats. Oh, hell no, we can't, show that even the kids are getting involved in the whatever. Will that make a comeback? Which are the ones that they're going to bring back? They all of a sudden on the Disney Channel they would have Johnny Tremaine would be aired at 3 o'clock in the morning or something like that, or they never, and it just kind of phased out. This is a genre is adventure, classic family, live action, based on the classic novel by Esther Forbes. Meet young Johnny Tremaine, a silversmith's apprentice, and dreams of learning the trade and making his own way when a terrible injury ends his hopes. He joins the emerging Sons of Liberty, journey back to the Boston Tea Party, the midnight ride of Paul Revere and Lexington Green, where tyranny was vanquished by an idea. Freedom for all. They're not promoting that anymore, okay? and any other thing that they make, Snow White woke and all this other bullshit. This is going to shift because it always does. When they lose all their credibility, they're going to try and get it back. They're going to, will it be bullshit and still, the corporate structure of they just got to put somebody on the board of directors from the financial hedge fund of the whatever? Of course. But they always act in what they perceive to be their self-interest. And it's going to shift. It already has with all this Trump stuff. And it's a battle for your mind. This is why I keep saying they will employ any and everything to serve their interest, which is what? Credibility. How are they going to get it back? You're saying they're not. They've lost mine for a long time. I'm good. But, to say that a majority, or even they say a majority of Americans are not going to be impacted by these arguments that they're going to flood their feeds with, of course they are, because they can until they can't. What you're saying is they can't because they've lost all credibility with you. That's you, and I applaud that.
And I believe sincerely about a quarter to a third of the MAGA base,
which is my goal.
Everybody, but that's enough.
I understand,
but that's enough where he can't.
Which is my goal, is to bypass all that programming and bullshit and get people down to understanding what this is all about. The common sense of Thomas Paine, the philosophy of you're going to see. They're going to go after this like you never saw. And it's because when you finally get people to look through a lens that you can see the tyranny behind everything that they say, everything that they do, everything they try and BS you with, every, credible influencer of whatever the hell and, what Kim Kardashian does and Taylor Swift says. When it gets to the point to where, not plain does it have to be a majority. No, it's a tireless minority setting brush fires in the minds of men. That's what's coming. And that is what's going to trump all this other bullshit. So I'm looking at how the majority going to be influence whatever and how much election fraud is the kind of, don't care. It doesn't matter. Like you say, people are waking up to this and they're going to start sitting on the sidelines. Well, will they elect Republican or Democrat? I'm saying the Trump, Netanyahu, Palantir, Elon Musk, AI thing is not done. And when you bring Google and Chat GPT into the Pentagon and the DOD, and Pete Hegseth is throwing around $1.5 trillion, they are going to do whatever they're going to do, whatever they think they can get away with, until they cannot. When does that happen? When the credibility is lost with enough people, just like we've witnessed today with Phranq Tamburri. And this is what's going to happen. But is it done? I don't know.
Well, they're still going to
try.
Yeah, they're still going to go.
That you got a crystal ball to say what's going to happen, 9 months from now.
I got Tarzan Keith's dollar, and you don't. That just says right there. But I would argue, I would make the argument too that the third or the quarter who are not going to vote or support him are also a special group, in my opinion. And I don't want to sound haughty about it, and I would include a lot of you in the audience as well with this. But I guess it sounds a little cocky here, but it's more of like it's the people who've been doing this a long time, maybe the intellectual class, the Ron Paul people, the people who were the first adopters to Trump. The ones, and we're not talking the KKK stereotypes people want to point out, but the people who first went on to Trump, they saw it. They were the ones that got burnt earlier from government or saw through it. It was the Alex Jones. It was the people that, and most of us who in our families, if we supported Trump originally, we were the ones that were probably libertarian or conservative or went to rallies or were the most politically engaged of our families. And our families at Thanksgiving would sit around and just scratch their head about, oh, Frank's really into this politics stuff. Like it's usually the people like us who are more engaged who saw this and went through enough election cycles, and we all have our own journeys and triggers. I have my Ralph Nader moment that Ernie remembers. I won't go into that again. But like we all have certain moments where we just said enough, and you see it. And once you see it, you don't go back. It was that group of people mostly who drove the Trump train, in my opinion. And it's those people who then had to drag the independents in, who are not dragged, but open up a lot of their eyes, and then dragged, I will say, many of the neocons, and whatever deal was made, and now Trump jumped ship and he switched teams. It's the people who now, person non grata, are the first early adopters. It's an important point to make. The people who are first on the Trump train are the first ones that either are leaving or getting kicked out when he says, I don't want your support. He told me to my goddamn face. So that's important. You look at Tucker, look at Candace, look at, I don't know. I mean, I know. How about Nick Fuentes? I mean, he was on the Trump train. He was diehard Trump. Heck, he even had a meeting with Trump and Kanye in the White House. And then in 2024, he basically told his followers not to vote for Trump. He goes, heck, to Nick's credit, he saw that Trump was going to switch trains when he took the money from the Adelsons and some other things. He's like, look, I'm not going to feed this beast. He was like a combination of me and you, Nick. And so he's off it, although he's kind of supporting the empire building right now just recently, which is another story. But it's the people who are first on are the first ones off. They tend to be the influencers, the thought leaders of a lot of this. So, does it mean that changes everything automatically? No. Many times when a dictatorship goes after the intellectual class, let's just be honest. So, that's the threat, too. They want to shut down all these views. You've got the APEC, and Governor DeSantis and all making laws and rules about, you can't, reclassifying what anti-Semitism is and freedom of speech. And trust me, the pushback from the Zionist movement is going to be pretty strong going into this election. And depending how the election is, they're going to do everything to try to shore up support so there's no questioning of what goes forward. But that's just going to expose the deep state even more and censorship, and it's going to backfire. These are tactics that worked before when people didn't even know what AIPAC was. When if you called on KFYI and said, I have a question, I want to bring up Jeffrey Epstein, I know they'd kick you off the phone or they'd keep you on hold forever and run out the clock. You would never be allowed unless you lied to the screener. And then like the guy brought up to Sean Hannity, he brought up Jeffrey Epstein once on his talk show. And man, did Sean Hannity do a tap dance. I mean, he's Irish. It was like an Irish jig from hell, and was seeing him jump around, trying not to answer that question and get the caller off the phone. But now, after all these years, now, Jeffrey Epstein's a topic. I mean, it doesn't mean they answer it all the time, but, now you can talk about it. So this changed quite a bit, but I think the intellectual class or the early adopters, the first ones off, and they're the ones that tend to have the moxie. They have the clout, they're the influence, let's say. They're the ones that can maybe influence others to go in a different direction or to see the light. And I think expose to our friends and family things that they didn't see before. And the fact that so many people got on board the Trump train, despite the entire system attacking it, despite whether we like Trump now or not, but to me, it was still a win. It's what I always was, why I was defended Trump in the very beginning, even though it wasn't my favorite guy. It was because what it would do is expose and wake up enough Americans that we can then get some kind of change, whatever that is. But you can't get to it unless people understand that there's a problem. So that to me is the win. I stand by it, but it's but now we have to see what that class does who's jumped off the Trump train. So that's, and without that support, I don't think he can win. So he's going to have to backtrack and take one knee to Benjamin Netanyahu, and the other knee is going to have to be to the deep state neocons. And then it's going to be, we're going to see it all for all of its glory. And then that's going to set up, in my opinion, a new type of party. I know, still voting, but I think it's going to unify, at least culturally, if not at the election booth, this new coalition. And it's going to be the they, them, those versus the non-they, them, those. That's all that's going to happen. And you're going to see the negotiations between the moderate Democrats and ex-MAGA, America First, and there's going to be some kind of new coalition where we're going to have to put bygones be bygones and realize we have unified problems of being an empire and having to deal with self-interest issues like a food thing and not controlling our public officials. And then the other side is going to be what's left of the let's say the establishment Democrats, establishment Republicans. And most of them are going to be old, because the establishment are all like Nancy Pelosi types that they all have false teeth at this point. But that's all you have. And so it's going to be that dying breed, like the baby boomers dying off, and then the new younger people that are stuck holding the bag, who are not going to get Social Security or Medicare. They got tons of debt. They can't afford a house. They can't afford a car. The whole, and then AI's taking everything over, and they can't get a job with their $50,000 worthless college degree, and they can't even get a job anywhere because AI took their. I mean, all of this is coming down on these young people. Hence, Nick Fuentes, right? I keep talking about that. That generation is going to be just simmering with anger, with hopefully not violence, but just. Really, it's all coming down on them. And the baby boomers, they got all the goods from the greatest generation. They got peace and security and tons of money, and they ran up the debt, and they got all their gimmies, and now they're all dying off. At least, they're upset about how the world is today, but they enjoyed it. They're dying off, and they're handing the bag to everybody else. And so I think that is going to solidify and unify some sort of new coalition versus they, them, those. I really do. Now, whether you think voting or not, whatever, but that's the general public opinion that's coming. And that's why there's no putting the toothpaste back in my humble opinion. All right. Can we just get to this techno thing? And because you're going to love talking about it. Maybe you already know about it. All right. So,
well, I want to make one final comment.
All right. Final comment.
See, I get to. I asked Grok, and I go like this. In 2024 election for U.S. president, research how many Americans are there? How many of them are eligible to vote? Over 18, not a felon, that kind of thing. How many eligible voters are registered to vote? And what was the percentage of all eligible voters that voted for Trump? And it gets through all this, blah, 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 and it goes down. Trump received approximately 77.3 million popular votes in the 2024 election for president. This represents about 31.6% of the total voting eligible population. That's high. I remember, years I've done this before, and it was always in the teens. So you had a very high of people that were eligible to vote that voted for Trump, and it took that to overcome all the bullshit. So that's still a minority. That's less than a third of Americans that are supportive of Trump. I mean, you got 2/3 of, at least they didn't get off their butt to do or don't care or didn't like them or whatever. So we're not getting a representation of the American people is my point. I'm going, it doesn't matter because 2/3 of Americans have their own interest other than this. So I don't put a lot of credibility in the voting thing. That's kind of my point. We're not being represented. The best way you can represent yourself is just where you spend your time, your money, where you educate your kids, how you grow your own food, your power, all that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, and I don't care. So this whole argument is not about any data point that Phranq puts up. Everything he says, pretty much what I've been saying for the past 10 years. I'm going, look, it's all about credibility. It's going to be, but to make a determination this early on it without every evidence of every single freaking October surprise. So they didn't want October surprises. They did early voting that goes into the freaking middle of the summer. And all the fraud and all the BS and all the Palantir, abilities that they're going to muster up with the AI. It's way too early and too naive to think that the will of the people is going to be manifested this time. It's not. It's whatever the hell it is that they, them, those want to do, whether it's R or D. The Trump people are involved or they're not, or they're. All of this is so inconsequential to what's really going on.
Yeah, but Ernie, you just said the will of the people, and maybe that's where we're crossing wires. I'm not saying the will of the people will be done. I'm just saying between Tweedledee and Tweedledum, I just think the Democrats have everything to win at their back, even though they shouldn't. I mean, they got decimated. They're a headless creature. They have no orientation. They have no policies. There's no way in hell they should even be winning. But that is the level of where I think Trump's big part of his base is.
Let's move on. I think we've expressed ourselves.
Thank you. All right. Well, we shall see. All right. So with that out of the way, and I'm curious, this is something you might already be an expert on. I don't know, but they were doing
everything.
Of course. They were. I was watching Redacted, and I love Redacted. It's got.
We publish that a lot too.
Yeah, you know about them. But they did one the other day about the technocratic state. I think it was made this morning or last night. And there's an author, and it's called. His name is. Was it Dirk? I think I'll pull up in a second. Or Derek. Dirk. He writes for the Substack. It's called the Vagabond Substack. And why is it not coming up here after all this? It's called the his name's Derek Broze or Brazzi. It's called the post is the last. Well, his channel is the last.
Derek Broze. I know Derek well.
Oh, okay.
And it's the Last American Vagabond or something like
that.
The
Last American Vagabond. That's exactly it. Anyway, he had an article that came out recently. Well, actually, it was in October, but the technocratic Trump administration pressuring and consolidating the media. So he wrote this, and then the Redacted guys got a hold of it. And I'm going to play for you, because since you know him, and it's straight up, but it's just a few minutes on him explaining it, but not. And before you say, just play it, then let me just give a quick overview, though. Essentially, what he's talking about is that there has been a movement in America, call it a conspiracy, what have you, of the technocrats for almost 100 years. Since 1920 or 1930, there has been this movement of the engineers, right? Today we would call them the IT people, right? But the engineers and the mechanics and the people who create factories and the people who see the world as as just kind of like a big machine. And a lot of this came from the postmodern movement, which I've given long talks on, including Freedom's Phoenix. I won't do it too much now, but just that there was a time when people believed more in kind of nature and God, and then around the turn of the century, when this technocratic movement began, there was a movement to make everything reductionistic, that human beings were smarter than God. And of course, there comes the hubris, and hence Jurassic Park references, and the economy. You don't need a mechanic. The economy is organic. It used to be you just let the economy free market, but then we had the idea that we could control it with Professor Keynes, and that led to the big experiment that is about to fail right now. Right? We saw that with medicine. Natural medicine wasn't called natural; it was called medicine. And it wasn't until all of a sudden, we had drugs and we could control the body and force the body to do certain things. But then you start getting a pushback, right? You get side effects. You lose your gut flora, for instance. There's an overuse of it. So just like with the economy, you think you can dominate it and control it. Well, nature and pushes back. And just like in medicine, also in science, things like with nuclear, suddenly we can control the atom, and now we're going to have nuclear power plants, and not that I'm against nuclear power, but you see the pushback there. We come up with chemicals, we can control the environment, with horticulture and all, and we can control it. We have chemicals now, and then we find out about the carcinogens, and we destroy the honeybees and whatever, all this kind of stuff. So there's always a pushback. The overuse. What's interesting in human history is that all of these different areas of science and sociology, including politics, all occurred around the same time, all within the turn of the century. It was a revolution in thought, sort of like the Middle Ages, or sort of like during the Enlightenment period, with Da Vinci and all, and suddenly the rebirth, or during our founding fathers of this country. So that you keep in mind. During the turn of the century, aside from World War I occurring, there was a revolution in thought of an experiment that just now, in the last 30 years, is now falling apart. Hence the resurgence of natural medicine and Austrian economics, and all of these things are backfiring. So it comes from that perspective. But anyway, during that time, that's when this technocratic state philosophy came out, which is that if we put the engineers in charge, then we can control everything and make sure everyone gets their fair share, and everyone gets food, and everyone gets, it sounds like socialism in a sense, but the idea is that if you look at life and living and food allocation and energy and all of this, if you look at it as like an engineering puzzle and you put the smart engineers in charge, then we could figure it all out, and there would be no suffering and no starving, and everyone would get their fair share. Now, there's also you might lose some privacy and some of your own autonomy, but that's the price to pay so that we live in this fluid engineered society. Now, with this philosophy, there was so how do you go about it? Well, aside from getting the right politicians in and arranging this, you needed the minerals. You needed to not be distracted with taking on the rest of the world, but you also wanted to control enough of our hemisphere everything for certain reasons, right? You need oil, you need minerals, right? You need pathways, for the ships and not be impeded. So a lot of, I guess, game theory or thought went into, okay, so how could what's the maximum or minimum that we need in the world, a power play, in order to make this happen? Well, apparently there was a map, and this map has been kind of etched in stone for the last 70 years, that this is what you need to do to make this work. Technocracy. And so therefore you would need America, of course, we are America. Then you need Canada, which is interesting that once Trump got in, he was already making overtones about taking Canada, if you remember. Then you need Greenland. Does that sound familiar? That's right on the map. You need Canada, you need Greenland, and then you need part of South America. You need Mexico, and you need Colombia, and you need Venezuela. And literally everything on that map that they've been looking at for decades and decades, it's like what we're seeing now. And one of the people who has been a big proponent of the technocracy is Stephen Miller. And Stephen Miller, of course, is right. He's been in Trump's right-hand person, including his wife, and he's been there for 15 years, working with different presidents. And apparently, he's a big fan of this. And guess who all the modern technocrats are? Right, Elon Musk. Elon Musk's father was one of the original authors on the technocratic movement. Go figure, from up in Canada, because he was part of this too. I mean, apple doesn't fall from the tree. And then you have, of course, Peter Thiel that you're talking about. All these tech guys that showed up at the inauguration, giving him all of his money. The Bitcoin people who are very tech savvy, and J.D. Vance, who's the token representative for the technocrats. So when you start to see it from that prism, it makes you go, is that really what this whole game is about? So I know I could have explained it in Tamburri ways, but just because it's a great author,
up here showing it.
I want to just play at least just a couple of minutes. I want to hear from the horse's mouth, if you don't mind, and then get your comment on it here. So here we go. This is from Redacted, and where the heck is the thing here? Here we go. All right, here we go.
Said, Clayton, at the beginning that I don't think that the claims of the drug charges really stack up, and we're already seeing that with the DOJ, not including the claim that Maduro is the head of the cartel of the Suns in their indictment. And there are some oil connections that I do cover in my article. Like, I thought it was interesting that you start to look at some of the oil companies that stand to benefit from the U.S. going into Venezuela, if they do in fact invest. And there's connections to BlackRock, having about 1/5 or 1/4 of the ownership of some of these companies. But I do think the bigger picture is the technocratic picture. And we've talked about this in past shows, and I know you've covered it as well. But for those who are unfamiliar, just really briefly, technocracy was a movement that was very popular in the United States and Canada in the 1930s, 1940s, up until about the 1950s. And it is a movement that specifically said they wanted to get rid of the political class, get rid of the business class, and wanted to have the engineers and the experts running society, essentially. There would be no more voting, no democracy, anything like that. You would get these so-called experts and engineers to run the machines, as they used to say. I think today we would probably consider that to be AI and a lot of the technology we have today. And that these experts would micromanage all of society. They would allocate resources. They promised it would be utopia. They also did mention that it would involve the loss of privacy and some personal freedoms and things like that. But that technocratic movement, when it was growing, they had this vision of what they called the technate, the North American technate, how they wanted to control the North American continent. They specifically say as far up as Greenland, all of Canada, all of the US and Mexico, and Panama, and central parts of Central America, going all the way down to eastern Colombia and to large portions of Venezuela. And as my article there shows, you can see the original technocrats map that they released in 1940, clearly showing this effort to control the entire continent. And it's similar to different concepts people may have seen over the years, especially if you've been in this research, talk of, say, the North American Union, things like that. But what I think is unique, and the reason this matters, okay, it's a movement from 100 years ago. How is that relevant to 2026 and what Trump is doing now? I think it's relevant because not only is Trump surrounded by the various technocrats that I know you've covered on the show, such as Peter Thiel, obviously Elon Musk. Elon Musk's grandfather, Joshua Hadelman, was actually involved in the technocracy movement in Canada, was one of the directors of Technocracy Incorporated. And so you have those sort of connections, but also you have this aide, this advisor to Trump, Stephen Miller. He's been one of the biggest advocates for saying the U.S. is not only going to go into Venezuela, but into Greenland. And you have his wife, Katie Miller, talking about going to Greenland. When you start to stack these things up and look at the original technocrats' plans and look at the people who are surrounding Trump, and you can see that they are following this plan to a T. And so, yes, it is about resources like oil, and there's other minerals and things like that. But I think it's more than that. It's that they are trying to implement this plan that people connected to the Trilateral Commission, now deceased Zbigniew Brzezinski, David Rockefeller, the folks who originally founded the Trilateral Commission in the 1970s, they were simply picking up this plan from the original technocracy movement. And now in the 2020s, Trump and his team and people around him seem to be following that same plan from the original technocracy movement.
So there you go. And I'll send you the link if you want to post it just for this interview. But I think that article itself is worth reading. And honestly, he might be a great guest. I know you know him, but maybe have him back on the show to talk about this. It'd be a great conversation.
This is my experience. See, this is what happens when you're old, man. In 1992, they had what was called the Natural Law Party. Now, I'll show you here. It's the Natural Law Party is a transnational party founded in 92 on the principles of transcendental meditation, the laws of nature, their application, yada, 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 yada. This is what they were arguing. There was a movie they did, What the Bleep Do We Know? That became real popular about a couple decades ago. And it was on, Hagelin, I think his name was, and he was in Jackson County, Iowa. I remember during the Levolution, we went to where their transcendental meditation college was of whatever, and they were arguing for this. They got on all the ballots. They had 50 state ballot status. This was a big thing. They were the ones that inspired me to do newspapers because they had a newspaper. Hey, how much does it cost to do that? This is what they were advocating, technocracy. We need smart scientists, engineers, and people to tell us what we need. Not the free market. That's inefficient. We need like a smart people. Hell, we'll just skip right to AI and they'll manage us. This was their advocacy from the beginning. Now, of course, libertarians could see what was coming, what they were doing. This was the beginning. At the same time, they had a national write-in campaign for, it was called the Hydrogen Party or something. They were advocating for hydrogen. They were, everything's hydrogen. That's and it was like a religion. That's why they really pushed this hydrogen thing. Is it viable? How do they make it, store it, do it, distribute it? Doesn't matter. Don't care. How much tax money can we get to push the hydrogen because we want to push hydrogen? So I've seen this before. And then we just yesterday had on Patrick Wood, technocracy.news. He's the one that's been warning about technocracy from the beginning, since the 70s. And this has been something that they want because it serves their purposes. They want to have a central command, a world government, a way to control, John Q out there you're doing it wrong, and, give us all your money and resources, and we'll take care of you, pinky swear, and you'll get universal basic, not basic anymore, universal high income, abundance. This is the kind of stuff that they are pushing. And if you get Steve Miller in there, pushing this kind of stuff, it's not new. This is Zabrinju Brzezinski, whatever his name was. He wrote a book called The New Technotronic Era, America's New Role in, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the New Technotronic Era. He was from Columbia University, and he resurrected this technocracy thing that came at the beginning of the century, like 20s, 30s. If we just had enough IBM computers, that kind of thing, which they did the punch cards for the Nazis, go get the Jews kind of deal. Well, what happened was he resurrected this book, and he wrote it at Columbia in, I think, 1970. Well, the Bilderberger Club came across this, and they brought him in. Woo, man, that's what we need to be doing. Well, this is where the ERA, Equal Rights Amendment, came in. Got to get the women into the workforce and yada, 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 yada. Well, they embraced this, and it what became, a mission of theirs, all of this stuff that you're talking about. I've seen it from the beginning. This is, it's a mission that has started a long time ago, and what's at its core. Some animals are more equal than others. They're going to do it. And, oh, by the way, we're going to run it for you because you can trust us. We'll run it for you. The economy doesn't need a mechanic. It's organic, like you said. That is what Austrian economics is all about. It's people acting in what they perceive to be their own interest. And it may not be efficient. It may not be a 5-year plan of the Soviet Union deciding how much vanilla ice cream they need to make, which is what they did. What did they do? They did a 5-year plan. They come in and they go, we need ice cream. What are we going to do? We'll look at France. France per capita is this much, and vanilla kind of, so that's what we do. Boom, we made it. But they didn't take into account storage, freezers, distribution, marketing, whatever, and then they just had a bunch of vanilla ice cream went to waste. So it's how do you manage a complex interest of human beings? You let them manage it themselves. And when it goes bad, you flush out all the malinvestment, all the stuff that didn't work, you start over, you bankrupt, you whatever. Well, what do? They do zombie banks, zombie businesses, just like what Japan is doing. They are in debt, like as bad as America is. Japan is like twice that. So this controlled, saving everything, winners and losers, central planning, it never works. But that doesn't stop them from trying. And to what end? It's not to freedom. It's not to us. It's not to it's to them. It's to manage the resources of America Inc. wins. And this is how we're going to do it. That's what they are flooding in the ear of Trump now. Will he come around? Can he? I don't know. But they will use whatever resources to get what they want. And who do they got on their side? Palantir! Maybe Elon. It's just, this is exactly what I'm talking about. What is the end goal? What is their real mission? Control. That was the whole point of America, was to get individuals away from central control, from a government, a parliament, a king. So what do they want to replace it with? I don't know, the other version of they're in charge. This Mondami thing, socialism in New York, he's going to get all his buddies and, Trump goes, yeah, I met with him. He seems kind of reasonable on whatever. He's going to let me arrest some kind of, it's all art of the deal. And he's willing to negotiate away my individual rights, but they're willing to use any and everything to do it. So we have to take and be opportunist and take advantage of these opportunities to educate people, just like during the revolution, that people understood there was a basic, fundamental, existential, extinction level threat against their autonomy as a human being, you are going to be a cog in the machine. And if you do not plug in your brain chip, and what, you know, the one thing, I sit there and I go, every time I go to bed and I'm watching TV and I got the remote, where the hell did the remote go? It was here a second ago. I'm always hunting. So I got 3 remotes in our bedroom. Donna has one, I have one, I got to back up because I keep losing the remote. And I'm going, you know, there's a Neuralink. I want a brain chip. You know, I can freaking change the channel and need a remote. You know? Is it that simple? Are people that easy? Well, at least they want you to be able to talk to it. You just talk into your remote. I never do. Never. Just out of prep, screw them. I'll sit there and go through 5 minutes of pushing the button and arrow to the letter, of looking and searching, whatever, just because screw them. But I got my phone sitting right there. Don and I are talking about, you know, saving the universe and all the stuff we're doing, making love, talking family stuff, doing whatever. They're listening and I don't care. They go, whoa, man, they're swinging from the trapeze. We got entertainment. Let's go ahead, turn on the camera. We can watch Ernie and Donna. Ooh, go get some. I don't care. The thing that I'm worried about is us, the man in the mirror, the woman in the mirror, for us to understand what is important to maintain our humanity. What you described is what we're up against. This has been going on for a long time. This has been a eugenics thing. It's been a tyrannical, we rule, authoritarian, whatever. That's why libertarians look at it like nationalism and patriotism and all that kind of stuff. To what? A flag? America Inc. and her interest? Or to the concepts that we were promised and its founding, the reasons why? That is what's going to drive things. That's our hope for the future. That is that here, what Ron Paul was talking about. If we don't do this now, we're going to lose the meaning and the definition of these words, and it's going to be like 1984.
Agreed.
Freedom is slavery. That's what we're up against. That's what I'm fighting for. And is it going to be in politics? Well, we've used it. We get, you know, a lot of, you know, media and attention by doing what, until they realized that they can't make freedom philosophy and libertarians look bad. Well, they want freedom. They want to be able to say and do anything. They would, and then people go, yeah, well, that. Damn it, can't do that anymore. We got to come up with something else. So now they're trying to bribe us. Here comes Trump, and it's going to be, well, he's talking about you get a tariff dividend. We're going to do away with the IRS. We're going to whatever, and, you know, love you a long time because here's a check during stimulus during COVID, and you got, you know, a couple $1,000, you know, and kind of vote for me, and Donald Trump signed at the bottom. They are willing to do any and everything to bring this about, and the only way that is just our non-compliance. Just saying no. We're not playing. We're not doing it. We don't care. And it doesn't matter. That has yet to come. But as many minds as we can free as possible, it's an exponential thing. It's all of a sudden people are sharing what they kind of heard on the other side. They're sharing, you know, the videos about the corruption. They're sharing. You got the Democrats leaving. You got a lot of celebrities leaving. You got to, where are they going? Republican? It's all the same thing. So I don't see the battle being political. Vote, don't vote, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's all the little anarchist decisions you make from the time you set your alarm clock for the time you even want to get up. If you get up. Where you go. Do you work? How do you work? You know, I want to go buy a gallon of milk. You're not allowed. Well, what? You know, all of a sudden, you know, the raw milk, that became a thing. It shocked Ron Paul. He was freedom on raw milk kind of thing, and it became an issue. Whoa, where did that come from? These are the kinds of things that they don't anticipate. They can't. They don't think that way. They don't understand. So I am optimistic about the future, but what was my goal? Now, as my grandchildren are starting to think about going to college, within a decade, I'm going to start having great-grandchildren. Are they going to be in the Freedom's Phoenix world from the ashes of Lady Liberty's torch that freedom is reborn, but you gotta have ashes. The ashes are coming, and the silver thing is just an example of it. And when you have copper now is almost equal to silver, and it's going stupid, but I don't want third-party risk in it being somewhere, but I don't need a big giant block of, copper sitting on my land out here. So, it's just, where do you invest? What do you invest in? The biggest thing is, the first thing we did, we made sure that we got land. We made sure that we could invest in ourselves, our own education. That's why we had all those experimental, the aquaponics, the turkeys, the chickens, the goats, the solar off-grid kind of wall that I had on my studio to make it to where we could, on the grid, off the grid, just to learn about this stuff. I didn't know anything back then, but I knew I needed to know, what can I do? At that time, it was about $80,000 to get enough energy to run my life the way I wanted to. I don't have to worry about rationing or whatever that crap. Now, the same equipment is less than $20,000. And this is after inflation and everything. So people are going to free themselves just out of self-preservation. Once they insulate themselves by community, and this is Derek Bro's thing. You're talking about Derek. Derek's all over this stuff. So this has been what our goal is. What I speak about, I'm going to Puerto Vallarta in mid-February, be talking about this. I just did a video talking about this. I'm doing, examples with Occupy talking about this. All our shows with Corbett and you and everything talk about this. Last night with Jay, talk about this. This has been my mission statement for people to understand what is not only possible, what's expected. Why? Because humanity refuses to go away. They always have, sooner or later, but they use all kinds of techniques, all kinds of powers, all kinds of kinetic energy, all kinds of, and threats and arrests and censorship and editing, deplatform, all of that. So where do we go? Decentralized, away from that. Decentralized in our mesh network, decentralized with satellite communication, decentralized in power, food, water, healthcare, everything, transportation, automation, education. We just keep bypassing all of the controls. They have to attack that. And the more they do, they go after the milk people. I'm raising a cow. we got to kill all your cows because methane. This is happening worldwide. This is you don't even see it in the lamestream media, the media so last century, where people are bringing their tractors downtown and spraying the cops with manure. I mean, it's amazing what you're not seeing. It all feeds into this. So I am very confident that the future is going to be different. Why? Because they have to maintain even a smidgen of credibility that they're there for the people and not the elites and not the banks and not the world, we rule you people. How are they going to do that? Well, they've been doing a shit poor job, so it's going to change. And it's people in the streets all over the world. And they'll go, we're stop killing people. Well, the head of the protest that did the TikTok of whatever in Iran, we're not going to kill him today. Don't bomb us. They just always act on what they perceive to be their best interest. Well, the people are going to rise up because they always have. And when you have instant communications around the world, it's going to have an impact. I guarantee it. But it's going to get messy first. Freedom always wins in the end. It just gets really messy first. We just have to survive the mess. And surviving the mess has nothing to do with voting. They want you to think it does, but it doesn't. And for them to maintain and enhance their control. What did Trump bring in? All the Wall Street guys. The Secretary of Energy, the EPA. This is all to serve they, them, those, because Merca, What about the rights of the individuals? They don't care. Bump stock. We get rid of that. Epstein list, nah. JFK, some of it. It's just, you're right. They're losing the credibility. The only thing that I'm making note of is that for us to predict what they're going to do when they have the power of fingers on the button, and they're not going to push the button if that's what they had to do, is to just, you haven't been paying attention. They do this shit all the time. They always, the biggest thing is I go, nothing surprises me anymore. And then every time, now and then, man, I did not see that coming, like COVID and the lockdown. I didn't predict. I knew they were going to be doing some major vaccine scare you into whatever kind of, and that's why we went on the Love Bus Liberty tour, because I could see what was coming, but I didn't know they were going to go that far. Do I think that they're not going to surprise me again? They wouldn't do that. That'd be wrong. Of course they are. I'm going to be, damn, really? Glad I'm out here in the middle of the desert. So that's kind of my point. I'm not against anything that you're saying. You're absolutely correct, I believe. But you're not taking into account to the depth, to the authoritarianism, to the tyranny that they're willing to go to invoke their will. That can be expected, and I don't think you're factoring it in. Whoop. He lost connection, so he missed all that. That's all right. That's for you guys anyway. All right. Is there anything else we can go on about? I mean, what about the movies? What about the culture? What about other stuff that make me feel better, and I don't care about elections anymore?
Well, not much else except I do have something I want to end. We're going to end on a quick song. You guys all love, but I would say, as far as movie wise, not much else. We covered the desecration of the Odyssey last time. Christopher Nolan. Not much is out there. The Golden Globes were just held, and nobody remembers it or even knows about it. So it's just, if nothing else, it's a footnote about how far the pop culture or the Hollywood machine has lost its grip over the narrative. No one's paying attention to any of that there. It just doesn't matter. I have to say that my mother's visiting, which is always wonderful. So, hey, Mom. But she was always a Star Trek fan. My friend Chris back in the day got us into Star Trek when Next Generation first came out. And all I can tell, even Tim Pool's talking about this ironically, but for any of you that get depressed about the world and there's nothing on TV, I got to tell you, just put on some of these old shows. My daughter's favorite, she's 8 years old, her favorite show in the world right now is Leave It to Beaver. And we watch Leave It to Beaver every night. I mean, I'm amazed that that's what she picks. She doesn't want to watch anything else. Leave It to Beaver. And my mom, I mean, it's amazing. My mother grew up with these shows, the same Leave It to Beaver, and my daughter and my mother both enjoying the same show, which is really beautiful to see, and how timeless it is, and how it's interesting. I mean, even my better half was mentioning how it dealt with and was dealing with real issues about parenting and intelligent conversations, even in an old sitcom. And you sit back and you go, how come the shows today seem so vapid and void of any content? It's like empty calories of pure sugar. Whereas as much as Leave It to Beaver and the Brady Bunch, you can mock it and say, oh, it's Eisenhower's quintessential America, that the white picket fence, and people would put it down for that, but it really has great ideals. But anyway, as far as Star Trek: The Next Generation, wonderful show, and if you haven't seen it in 10, 20 years, it truly is worth bringing back out.
Start from the beginning and go through all the seasons.
Start from the beginning. We have to warn you, the first season is a little rough. I still love the first season of Next Gen. I think it's great.
It kept getting better.
But each season gets better and better. Well, anyway, because my mom's out, she has never seen the last season of Picard season 3, which was the last Star Trek series. Well, they make another Star Trek series now. It's all woke.
Retired Jean-Luc, and they did Star Trek, brought everybody back. It was awesome.
It was the best. It was the true send-off. And the quick story behind it is that the wokesters, like with Disney, Star Wars, and Doctor Who, and Ghostbusters and everything else. They came in and they completely decimated and destroyed Star Trek, including Discovery, which was Ernie's favorite show, apparently. But all those shows were just horrible. I couldn't get past one episode of any of them, including the Picard show, where Picard was like playing second fiddle in his own show, when every person was yelling at him was a woman, usually a black woman with like purple hair or something, going, "Now, John Luke, stick it up your butt. You know, you're not in control here. I am, because I'm a woman, and Joe Biden's president," and all of this. So that was going on, and it was disgusting. It was humiliating. Couldn't watch any of it. Well, anyway, after 2 seasons of Picard, not to mention the Discovery show that was a failure, and the movies that were a failure, and everything that new Star Trek was horrible, the people who ran it into the ground, like a bunch of locusts that just ate the entire cornfield and then took off for greener pastures, there was nobody who wanted to do season 3. The people who did the first 2 seasons destroyed it to such a degree, and there's so much hate online, and no one was watching it. By the end of season 2, no one was watching. Star Trek is officially dead. And so they said, well, we have a contract for a 3rd season. Patrick Stewart signed up for it. He was the only guy, to cash in. And well, so what exactly are we going to do? No one's watching it. Does anybody want to helm season 3? Nope. Everybody just kind of slinked away. But there was one guy, I forget his name, to be honest. I'm sure I'll remember it soon. And he said, I'll do it. And who this guy was he was like a grip, or like a 3rd unit director way back during the original Star Trek shows of Voyager and Deep Space Nine. And the people who ran those shows were the next generation, the same like set people, the same casting directors. Like it was a certain crew that made all, no pun intended, of all 3 of those series. And this guy was like one of the only people in modern Star Trek that actually worked in the old series. And he knew the people, and he knew the spirit of it, the way it was filmed. And he probably was sitting there biting his tongue for all those years, watching them, drag, Star Trek into the slaughterhouse and into the dirt. But he decided he'll do it, and the rest of the cast and the producers said, "Fine, you go at it. No one's going to watch it." And besides, no one wanted to direct it either, because 2 seasons of Star Trek crap, they boxed in any future director to do anything constructive with it. There's all these stupid woke characters. They I don't want to spoil anything, but something happened to Picard. Anyway, this guy said, "Forget it. I'm going to go back to basics. I'm going to pull out the old Star Trek music, the Jerry Goldsmith score." And because he knew all the old Star Trek directors and such, he also had a very interesting little black book. And he had the info for all the classic Trek actors. So he personally called them. He called the woman, the Gates McFadden, who plays Beverly Crusher, and the guy who plays Worf. And he called each of them up and said, "Hey, I got the keys this time. Would you guys mind coming out for one last hurrah?" And they all agreed. And so what he did was he created, it's like 7 episodes or whatever it is, he created essentially a show that has nothing to do with the 2 seasons of Picard, any Star Trek crap. He did a love letter for the fans. He did a love letter that basically was it was a 7-episode send-off goodbye of the next generation. It's the ultimate goodbye. It's a long, nice, fun story. By each episode gets better and better. And by the end, it's like watching the end of Star Trek 2. And it's a rousing ending, and you're on your feet. And it's like, I haven't felt that way in decades for anything, let alone for Star Trek. Back in the day when Star Trek was like must-see TV, and all of our friends would get together on Sunday night and get popcorn and be, screaming at the TV and having fun. Like, I miss those days. And when this show came out, my old friends from Philly called me up, and I don't talk to them hardly at all. We're just busy. And they all called, and every week after the Picard season 3 shows came out, we would have like a phone call mashup. We'd all be a group chat, and it was just like old times. And it was so refreshing to feel that. And you realize also what we've lost, whether it's culturally, the media, not to rehash our conversation about Trump, but it's like once you've lost it, you really can't get it back. Now, you might say, you see, Phranq, you got it back. You got your Star Trek back, for season 3 at least. And that's true, but it was just an experiment done once, not again. But you do get a sense of how much that they've lost and how the new media and AI is the future. So anyway, I just want to throw out, for as depressing as the world is and all the things we talked about, sometimes for an escapism, these old shows really give you a beacon of what America has been, and that we're not all completely crazy, because the young people don't even know this stuff existed. But Star Trek really is, it brings up issues of science, technology, philosophy, love, relationships, it's almost like an anthology. I'm sure you know. Every episode, even though it's the same characters often, but they're just completely different stories. And every time it's over, I'll be honest, guys, like a commercial, but there's always a smile on my face. I never feel so good as just finishing up an episode of Star Trek. So anyway,
let me tell you this one little thing, make you feel better. After Jay and I did the show last night, we were yakking and he called back and, we were, off air talking about some stuff. And he goes, this is what my evening is about. This is how it works. I go and I read Freedom's Phoenix. Then I go and I check Zero Hedge. Then I go to bed and I watch Star Trek Next Generation. So I'm going, okay.
That is great.
Me too.
I can't even make that up. There's something cathartic and just healing about that show. Well, anyway, with that said, let me just end with I'm not sure if this is safe for work, those of you guys are at work listening, but it's just a couple minutes. It's a rap song about Dan Bongino that's going viral. It's called Dan Bongino is a Bitch. Cutesy time is over. And they made this when Dan said he was coming back to do his podcast. So let's end on this. It's just a couple minutes. It's kind of funny. And this says all we have to say. And we'll find out, because next week or maybe in 2 weeks, Dan Bongino is coming back the beginning of February for his podcast. And it is fascinating. Is he really that clueless, or does he know what he's up against? And this is really secretly still part of his job, is sending him back to try to pull people like me back on the reservation as Ernie thinks is possible. But we shall see. All right, so here's the song, and enjoy. Here we go. Yes. Story is a big deal for me. Story, keep your eye on it. You see something? Oh. Yo,
it's not coming through very well.
How about now? Trust me, I'll tell you everything to trust me. There's nothing there. I'm like, I'm more retarded than cash is making stare. I've got big fruit squeezed up by the juice, whole brand built on the legal space. The punk you had the power had the.
Okay, it's not coming through well enough to be able to hear it.
Oh, it's not. All right, well then we'll skip it.
What's it about?
It's just a takedown of Dan Bongino and Cash Patel, and it's all about the Epstein thing. It's like, Dan goes in and he all of his podcasts saying, don't get your eyes off the ball. They're going to try to distract us. Epstein didn't kill himself. Trust me, I know, blah, blah, all that. And then, of course, he goes in and he's got the hostage video. I mean, everything that we know, but it's like the epic rap battles of history kind of deal. They do a great job and very clever and witty in this song, and making a bit more street. So it was pretty cool. Anyway, I'll send it to you. It's going viral. All right, man, I got to go myself. It was great chatting with you today. I mean, it's amazing that time flies, but there's so much going on in the world. I mean, just even one
4.5 hours. Oh my God.
Well, you know what it is? Like just one of these topics is like epic in itself. And, we are dealing with the collapse of the American empire. So, I guess a few hours, we got to once a week to chronicle all this. There's just too much to cover. So, all right, man, I'll catch you later. Say hi to Donna for me.
All right. Say hey to Svarta and Phaedra.
All right.
Peace.
Peace.